Como dicho antes, cooperación internacional en la gestión integral de riesgos y desastres. Omar, por favor.
Bueno, buenos días.
Thank you. Good morning.
Vamos a tener en este panel
We're going to begin with this panel
en primer lugar
with great presenters. Firstly, we will have a presentation on behalf of the government of Brazil,
todo lo que fue el gran desastre
outlining the great disaster, the largest disaster that took place in the region last year, the floodings of Rio Grande do Sul. It was around $15 billion associated to this disaster. After that, we'll have presentations from the World Bank, Jack Campbell, IDB, Claudio Osorio, and from CAF, Oscar Guevara. After that, we will have a presentation of two international organizations, two sister agencies of the United Nations that work in disaster management, UNDR and UNDP. The first presentation will be held by the government of Brazil, Ms. Glaucia Hassler. Ms. Hassler is an attorney with a master's on international law from the Catholic University of Sao Paulo, more than 30 years experience in regulatory frameworks, and she currently works with the National Secretariat of Protection and Civil Society, SEDEC, from the ministry in Brazil. Claudia was a person with which ECLAC worked a focal point in the assessment of the floodings of Rio Grande do Sul last year, as it was the Ministry of Integration and Regional Development that requested this assessment. Aside from that, Claudia has had very high positions in the Brazilian government and National Secretary of Copyright and Intellectual Property. Claudia, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Omar. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to ECLAC for the kind invitation, especially to Mr. Omar Bello for the opportunity to share some of the key lessons learned from the emergency response to the 2024 floods in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil, one of the most devastating climate-related disasters in our country's recent history. Before I begin, please allow me to apologize for not being fully fluent in English, but I truly appreciate your patience and understanding, and I hope to convey the message clearly, despite any language's imperfections. Mr. Omar kindly asked me to focus on two very specific questions. The first one: what lessons we learned from the floods in Rio Grande do Sul regarding emergency response, damage assessment, recovery, and reconstruction? Before I begin, I'd like to share a brief presentation to help illustrate the context. Is it okay? Okay. Well, the tragedy in Rio Grande do Sul was triggered by extreme hydrometeorological events. To give you an idea of the magnitude, between April and May 2024, some municipalities, such as Caxias do Sul and Bento Gonçalves, recorded rainfall levels up to 8 times higher than the historical average. In Porto Alegre, the state capital, the water level surpassed all previous records since the beginning of official measurements. More than 90% of the state's municipalities were affected. That's 452 out of 497. It is estimated that around 2.4 million people were impacted, with over 800 injured and 183 confirmed deaths, unfortunately. The flooded area exceeds 28,000 square kilometers, equivalent to the territory of Belgium. Let me show you a few photos to better illustrate the magnitude of the disaster. Photo 1, 2, 3, city of Porto Alegre. Again, the airport, local airport. Okay. In the emergency phase, the main lesson was the need for rapid and coordinated mobilization between government. The activation of the National Civil Protection and Defense System, in cooperation with the armed forces, fire departments, and local authorities, was essential to large-scale rescue and humanitarian aid operations. For the first time, the federal government implemented a direct cash transfer to affected families. Nearly 900 United States dollars per household, with over 80% of applications approved within 3 months, just 3 months. This innovative approach ensured dignity and also stimulated the local economy. Before moving on, I'd like to thank ICLAC, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the World Bank for their support in producing the DALA report in such a short period of time. This report provided an essential first estimate of the damages and losses caused by the disaster, allowing us to better understand the scale of the tragedy and to guide early recovery planning. In fact, the use of DALA methodology supported by ICLAC enable a structured and diagnosis of disasters impacts, which was fundamental for national recovery efforts. The key lesson here is clear. Technical capacity and standardized tools are crucial for conducting fast and reliable assessments. In the recovery and reconstruction phases, two areas deserve special attention. First, post-disaster debris management. In city of Canoas alone, more than 560,000 cubic meters of waste were removed, with over 30 million US dollars allocated in federal funding. Second, the rebuilding of infrastructure. This slide shows us the waste management. Canoas again. Okay. Second, the rebuilding of public infrastructure. A total of 393 damaged bridges were mapped, in addition to 59 slope stabilization projects and dozens of roadworks. All of them guided by the principles of climate resilience and the Build Back Better approach. Housing was also a central concern. New settlements are being developed in safe areas, in close coordination with municipalities and the state government, to ensure long-term relocation solutions. Altogether, federal investments in response and recovery have surpassed 20 billion US dollars, with approximately 650 million US dollars directly managed by the National Secretariat for Civil Protection and Defense. Before and after. We talk about housing and recovery safer, and the expense. Obviously, we found a few challenges, but now we are moving to the second question. I will interrupt the compartilhamento. Okay, back. Am I back? No? Bom, now, what can, now moving to the second question, what can this experience offer to other countries, especially in the context of South-South cooperation? An event of this magnitude strongly reinforces the value of regional solidarity and shared learning. The Brazilian experience shows that disasters of such scale can only be addressed through coordinated action, inclusive planning, and the engagement of different sectors. And this has clear relevance for other countries in Latin America and the Global South. First, it highlights the importance of strengthening national civil protection systems before a crisis happens, ensuring that local governments have clear roles, contingency plans, and adequate resources to act quickly and effectively. Second, it shows the value of using standardized tools like DALA, not only for internal planning, but also to support cooperation with development partners and multilateral institutions. Third, it emphasizes that disaster risk reduction must be fully integrated into development policies, including urban planning, social protection, housing, and climate adaptation. Recovery should not aim to restore the past, but to build safer, more inclusive, and more resilient communities. Brazil is committed to sharing this experience with other countries through technical exchange, training, joint exercise, or regional mechanisms. At the same time, we are open and eager to learn from our neighbors because we all face the same challenges in this age of climate crisis. In this context, South-South cooperation is not only desirable, it's essential. And as it fosters mutual support among developing countries, promote the exchange of context-relevant knowledge, and reinforces solidarity in addressing shared challenges. Sorry. To conclude, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to ICLAC for the opportunity to engage in such meaningful exchange. In other words, this has been a valuable moment to reflect on lessons that we consider especially important, not only for Brazil, but for all of us working to strengthen disaster resilience in the Global South. Last year, Brazil had the honor of hosting the G20 Ministerial Meeting on Disaster Risk Reduction in the city of Belém, a milestone that underscored the importance of integrating climate and disaster agendas. This year, Belém will once again take center stage of the host of COP30, COP30, offering a new opportunity to advance bold and inclusive climate action. I would also to highlight how active the BRICS groups has been in promoting South-South cooperation, especially through our ongoing technical exchanges in the BRICS Work Group on Disaster Risk Management. This dynamic collaboration reinforces our shared commitment to building a safer and more sustainable future together. The contributions shared here today reaffirm the vital role of regional cooperation and the power of collective knowledge. We look forward to continue this partnership and advancing together toward more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable development in our region. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Glaucia, muchas gracias por tu presentación. Vamos ahora.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll head to the second block of presentations in this session. Glaucia spoke
Como este,
of what occurred with an event as such. In order to mitigate and perform resilient reconstruction, it's very important to have the funding. We therefore have a block where 3 multilateral institutions, as the World Bank, IDB, and CAF, will illustrate regarding all the products and interventions that they have held within Latin America, that they offer to the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. The first person presenting in this block is Mr. Jack Campbell. Jack is a senior specialized agent from the World Bank in disaster risk management. He oversees Latin America and the Caribbean, but Jack has also been present in other regions throughout the world. We believe that Jack will enlighten us with interesting concepts in this presentation. The floor is yours, Jack.
Delegates in Santiago. Thank you, Omar. It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to ECLAC for the invitation, and greetings to the various partners here. Greetings also to Glaucia. It's fantastic to follow Glaucia's presentation. I was part of the team together with Omar and Claudio, and I think it was a really best practice example of working together across different multilateral organizations with Brazil to try to deliver the best we could in a short amount of time. So I'm really pleased to follow Glaucia. I was asked to share a little bit about what the World Bank offers in the region in terms of financial instruments for managing. Are you seeing my screen? Yeah. In presentation mode. Okay. So yes, I was asked to share a little bit about what the World Bank is doing in Latin America, and with a little bit of a focus on the financial and fiscal side of the story. I mean, first, just a few reminders on how we think about managing disaster risk through our financial instruments. We're concerned basically with 3 pillars: physical resilience, financial resilience, and social resilience. Of course, a lot of what the World Bank seeks to finance focuses on reducing risks, and a lot of our infrastructure projects, we've worked over many decades to mainstream disaster risk management across the various sectors we work in. But in recent years, we've focused also more and more on adaptive social nets and more effective disbursement mechanisms to make sure funds from national governments reach the populations that most need it quickly. And we're also obviously known for innovating on the public-private interface and to better leverage the capital and reinsurance markets to deliver even more value for governments in terms of managing risks. So I'll focus on this third aspect on financial resilience today. And when we look at managing the financial risks of disasters and look at what we call disaster risk financing, there are 4 key elements we try to bring in every engagement we have with our client countries. First, we're looking at instruments that improve the timeliness of funding, that help establish pre-arranged mechanisms that help governments be liquid in the event of a disaster. Obviously, many of you will be well aware of the challenges in reassigning budgets. You'll be aware of the challenges of unexpected expenditures that are not pre-planned. So part of what we do is try to focus on instruments that speed up the timeliness of funding availability. As I already mentioned, we're also focused on not only the timeliness, but how those funds reach the ground. And that has a lot to do with working with social protection ministries and social protection mechanisms. Underlying all of this is, of course, a kind of conceptual understanding of risk management, where we try to look at different layers of risk and try to look at how different instruments are appropriate for covering more or less severe events. You cannot transfer all risk to the capital markets. It would be way too expensive. So we try to look at also value for money aspects between different instruments. And obviously to do that, we need to do a lot of investment, which can be quite expensive and quite time consuming, but we need to do a lot of investment in the data and analytics. And of course, there's every year we see more and more innovation in terms of how to model and understand risks, including how to bring in the uncertainty around climate change into those models. And so there is no one single instrument that we offer that solves the whole problem. Of course, we all know that. But as already mentioned, we try to look across three basic categories of instruments: market-based instruments. So those include everything relating to insurance, but also instruments that leverage the capacity of investors in the capital markets. We also offer a range of contingent financing instruments, which are debt instruments, which basically pre-arrange credit that can be dispersed in the event of a disaster, and budgetary instruments that tend to be the construction of reserve funds or the reform of reserve funds that already exist, but that may need improvements in terms of how they operate. And as this visual sort of generally explains, we generally look at budgetary instruments to cover the more frequent, lower impact events, and the market-based instruments to cover the less frequent, more expensive events. Latin America is famous for leading this whole topic. Many countries in Latin America, including I'm sure many of you sitting around the table, already have very sophisticated disaster risk financing strategies. Mexico is just one example of a country that we work with. This is Mexico's own visualization of their financial strategy to manage disaster risk, where they've actually quantified the exposure of the public assets and social housing in the country, and assigned different instruments to cover different aspects of that exposure. This is just one example. There's many other countries in Latin America that have similar approaches. So to focus on the contingent credit instruments we offer, which again are the prearranged credit that can be dispersed quickly in the event of a disaster. The most well-known instrument is the CAT-DDO, which is a contingent line of credit with which is dispersed on declaration of a disaster. This instrument is quite popular globally. 53 CAT-DDOs have been signed over just the last decade, and 22 are active today. Almost all of the funding available within those credits has been dispersed and used after various types of emergencies, not only natural disasters, so to speak, but also health emergencies. Many of these operations were critical during the COVID emergency to provide liquidity to respond to the pandemic. In total, more than $4.2 billion in liquidity has been funded through this particular instrument. And you can see there on the screen some of the different countries within Latin America that have taken advantage of this instrument. We're actually talking to counterparts in Brazil about this instrument, including at the subnational level. So that would be interesting to talk with you about, Glaucia. So the CAT-DDO is a dual purpose instrument. It's partly a liquidity instrument to provide budget support in the aftermath of natural disaster, but it's also a policy instrument. And what we try to do through our financial instruments is also leverage policy reforms that also work towards greater resilience in the country. And these two aspects are kind of the key combined feature of the CAT-DDO. And in order to maintain access to the credit, the country that has taken out the credit needs to demonstrate continued progress towards defined results, which is a useful instrument for ministries of civil defense and ministries of finance to help incentivize continued positive reforms towards resilience. We're just in the process of doing a global review of the policy impact of CAT-DDOs. and we're looking at the relative focus of policy areas that have been supported through these operations according to the Sendai framework. And that's quite an interesting report that will be published soon, so I'll be pleased to share that. But overall, it highlights that most countries focus heavily on risk reduction and financial protection, which I think is maybe not surprising, but it's also reassuring that we're making good progress in terms of supporting national policy reforms that promote effective risk reduction. Colombia is one other good example of how a country has used this instrument over many years to respond to frequent disasters, but also to make cumulative progress on their policy reforms. The first, I think Colombia was actually the first country that implemented a CAT DDO back in 2008. And since then, we've gone through 4 different iterations of the CAT DDO that have responded to the various disasters you see at the top of the screen. And through those four operations, we've progressively seen Colombia move from overarching policy reforms to establish strong DRM frameworks to more sectoral and subnational reforms that focus on making sure national policies reach the ground. So that's a good case study to potentially replicate in other countries in Latin America. Why do countries like this kind of contingent financing? I think, as I already mentioned, partly it's about the speed and flexibility of the availability of funding, because a lot of budget is not predictable. Budget takes a long time to approve. Market-based instruments are also not predictable because insurance policies often depend on third-party validation, and sometimes you have to wait a long time to get a payout. So one of the key aspects of contingent financing is really the speed and predictability that you know that you will have those resources in the event of a disaster. Also, the fact that you can scale it up depending on the size of the disaster, because you obviously don't know ahead of time what the scale of funding needs will be. And also, countries can renew the line of credit if they do not use it, because we do not, obviously, no country knows when a disaster is going to hit. So the instrument is also renewable if it is not dispersed. It's flexible in terms of pricing, and it also supports the policy reform areas that I already discussed. Given that we're also in an event on South-South cooperation and with my colleagues from IDB and CAF also here, I wanted to highlight that it's also important that, we're all working on these topics, and we're working in particular with IDB, for example, in the Caribbean through the MOU we have with IDB, and there we did joint analytics to look at what the best combination of instruments was for, in this case, Belize. We did joint risk modeling for the country with IDB and value for money analysis to work with Belize to establish what range of different financial instruments to manage risk they would like. And we're now developing a CAT DDO instrument, and IDB is developing a similar complementary instrument as a result of that joint analysis. Just quickly on risk transfer aspects on market-based instruments. So as you all probably know, we also intermediate transactions between countries and either investors or capital market investors or reinsurers to help transfer the highest risk, the highest layer of risk to those markets. Typically earthquake risk, but it's also increasingly available for covering hurricane and potentially flood risk, although that's more complex to model. But essentially, this allows countries to not get more indebted, but to transfer an appropriate level of risk to the capital markets, which obviously, if an event of a certain severity occurs, the payout would come according to predefined criteria, and our treasury intermediates a lot of those transactions. You're all in Chile today, so you probably all know quite well that Chile recently issued a combination of a cat bond and a reinsurance policy through the World Bank, totaling 630 million in 2023. And that is an interesting sort of financial innovation that leverages both markets to deliver greater resilience for Chile. I won't go into details here, but this is the range of instruments we offer to manage the financial risks of disasters. The World Bank has recently expanded this toolkit and essentially made it more flexible, more scalable, and focused on trying to bring more links between public sector focus instruments and market-based instruments. I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Por tu presentación y por haber aceptado la invitación. Nuevamente te ratifico.
Thank you for accepting the invitation. I ratify my respect and admiration because it's the first time we have seen each other after having coordinated the exercise in Brazil. Thank you very much for this perspective, this human perspective of what the World Bank carries out. There's nothing more humane an institution can perform in a multilateral way as it is funding in relation to disasters. The following briefer, Claudio Osorio, an engineer from Universidad de Chile, 15 years of the PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, and after that, an international consultant, very importantly, where he worked with the development of the measurements of governance with the IDB and having formed part of the assessment team of the earthquake in Ecuador on 16th April 2016 together with us. With our team. Claudio is currently working in the IDB. He's a senior specialist in disaster risk management, and he's going to present the perspective of IDB in terms of funding and cooperation with other international organizations and countries. Thank you very much, Omar and ECLAC, for having invited the bank in this initiative. The presentation will be divided in three folds, quite similar to what Jackie and what was introduced by Zach. I'll go quickly through this part. We have similar instruments. I'll discuss somewhat how the bank, with a few of the instruments that I'll show, we've been supporting countries in terms of recovery and reconstruction and taking advantage of Claudia's presence and her presentation and what is taking place in concrete terms in Rio Grande do Sul in the whole state. And if I have time at the very end, I'll speak of the bond of the linkage that we have with the bank and the actions held in disaster risk management and also in adaptation to climate change. Despite that, I wish to start off with a reflection because I didn't know who I would meet today, and having that in mind, and maybe I'll leave aside the presentation for now, but those who come from development and you might link the finance ministry or the Foreign Affairs Ministry, I wanted to call your attention for you to bear in mind that the South-South cooperation, regardless of what we'll be discussing today, it takes place frequently in disaster management when a country is affected and the mechanisms, it's something that without a doubt you will see in your fields of work. So I wanted to call your attention in that regard. If we're speaking of funding, reconstruction, and in the moment of an emergency, the country is affected, the country that wants to express its solidarity, the affected country that requests international cooperation, it goes by your hands, these requests. It could be bilateral or through some sub-regional platforms of which your countries form part of. I want you to know who they are. We have these mechanisms. Many of you might participate with them. Firstly, in South America, in the consensus of Brasilia. There's a work group for risk management, disaster risk management in South America. There's a work plan that seeks the integration and South-South cooperation. In terms of the South Cone, the Southern Cone, Mercosur, REMAGIR, which is the higher commissioners for risk management to work in integral terms for risk management in the Andean countries, the Andean framework. There's risk prevention and disaster management that also seeks to integrate and to work with South-South cooperation, the Caribbean. We have CARICOM with CIDIMA, which is the Caribbean agency to manage and attend disasters and assist in disasters. We have CEPREDENAC, one of the institutions, the platforms, governmental platforms that are the oldest of the region that deal and not only work jointly in responses, but also in funding. So there's great richness in terms of contributing and working. And recently, and my colleague from UNDAR in Barbados, there was a memorandum of understanding within the European Union and Latin American countries to converge from all of these other previous institutions to be able to work jointly. Therefore, there's much to be done. The fact that we focus nowadays in international cooperation, it's an instrument, it's a tool, but there's many other things that your countries have defined to work jointly, and we could expect that some of these actions or mechanisms that we have from international cooperation might contribute to fine-tune this. But there are work plans, there are agreements in place, there are mutual aid mechanisms in case of an emergency. And if you haven't heard of them before, I invite you to discover them and to set them as a framework, not as something separate, but how it can contribute to what you've been working on jointly so far. And taking advantage of the fact that we are in today, a few initiatives that some countries have. For instance, here, the government of Chile throughout ACCID, with the support of a few national or domestic institutions and the Japanese cooperation throughout JICA, have a program that has its second phase. Kisuna is its name, and many practitioners of their countries have been invited and might have participated, and you coordinate them with people in this room. It's initiatives that come from one country towards the rest, and I believe it's part of this South-South cooperation. And apologies for this long briefing, this long introduction. So I'll go quickly through this, as Zach already mentioned them. These are the instruments that the bank has in place. As you may observe, they are quite similar to the ones that were introduced by Jack. Therefore, I won't extend myself furthermore, but we are a bank, our business, and we are a development bank. Our goal, our purpose is to support the development of countries throughout financial instruments, and most of them are throughout loans of different sorts. Therefore, prior to the disaster, and I wish to highlight what Jack did not mention, so I am not redundant. We have technical cooperation to be able to work in all the aspects prior to the disaster that have to do with the identification of the risks, the preparedness, the risk mitigation. These are non-reimbursable. They are not large funds. They can't be used in infrastructure. They seek to create knowledge, strength building, and capacity building. And it's in many countries, specifically with risk management in a few of its components. We also have investment loans where we relocate families. There's protection in case of floodings, early preparedness networks, and they fund the needs of the different countries. We also have loans for the domestic budget, the PBL. They are based on public policies, and what they seek is that as long as we have policies, reform policies for risk management, the bank, as we create these changes, these regulatory or policy changes, the bank is able to
a poder hacer procesos
carry out a disbursement of funds. And countries as Bolivia can manage risk in this regard. As you may observe, the instruments have been organized based on what Jack outlined.
de probabilidad media, pero debajo de
The likelihood is average of low impact up to higher levels where we have the cat bond cat swaps. I won't delve into that because I believe Jack already mentioned them, but I do wish to highlight some aspects. We still have a contingency credit that many of your countries hold, and the difference with CAT DDO presented by Jack, there's a parameter to access aside from the emergency declaration, the reforms on policies, they need to reach certain levels of intensity in terms of the phenomenon, but a determined impact that makes it available for certain resources. Last year, based on a decision of our president, we have had new instruments that appear here. There are very few countries that have requested these instruments on behalf of the bank because they are new and they seek to learn from other financial institutions as it is the World Bank and offering these types of products that we did not have available in the very beginning.
a los instrumentos
As regards the financial instruments, you can see here what countries and for what amounts have subscribed to these contingent credits that are subscribed before the emergency, but are used for the emergency. Very similar to what Chad said about the GATGTO, excepting that the contingent credit facility for events such as hurricanes, floods, and earthquakes are parametric. They don't depend only on the emergency, but it depends on the level of intensity and the expected impact. The option of the principal payment option, I forgot to mention it here, it appears here within the risk reduction clause. It's a clause that's included within the portfolio of the loans that a country may have in order that if there is an emergency or a disaster affecting the country, there be an option of deferred payment of the main operation to ensure that the country has liquidity. Something also the bank has been doing is support the countries in the emission of thematic bonds, green bonds, sustainable bonds. Here you can see the amount of bonds that have been placed in the different countries. And currently, we're thinking of supporting some countries for the emission of bonds for resiliency and trying to ensure that the resources that are collected with the emission of bonds may go directly to finance resiliency actions. We've been talking with some countries about generating this for infrastructure in the ministries of public work
cuestiones de riesgo y de vulnerabilidad.
in order to see issues of risk and vulnerability in the infrastructure, both the existing one as well as new. I'll be able to control some risk of floods or landslides in some areas. We hope next year we may support a couple of countries to the first issuance of these bonds for resiliency.
Presentar varias cosas que
I'm trying to present here several things that the bank does. I would like to focus on what we do as a risk management unit in the bank. This unit existed before, not as much as a unit, but we're within a different division. But this year we have this risk management unit. We have two roles. One is to generate operations and technical cooperation focused on risk management led by us.
Estas operaciones están
Very often, these operations are focused on prepared early alert systems, the institutional management of risk. But we also support other units, for example, transportation, storage, financial markets, to consider some of risk management. You can see there
de la cartera
in the graph at the right how much of the portfolio is loans, which are 749 million, and how many are technical cooperations, which is 4% right now, amounts to 32 million of technical cooperations at a national level, and others are in order to work with other countries. And I go back to how we can finance or contribute to the integration of South-South cooperation among the countries.
estamos comunidad
How
trabajando
are we doing as a unit, working here in the region? Basically, the unit is focused on supporting reforms on governance for the risk management, disaster risk management, the early alert system. Currently, we have in our portfolio projects with Ecuador, Bolivia, Trinidad and Tobago, regional technical cooperation,
resiliencia. Ahí pueden ver un poquito
and that of resilience. You can see the map where it's not that there's more disasters, but more funds allocated.
Miguel. ¿Sí? Ya. Ya me pasé 3. Bueno, pero quiero sí destacar un par de
I'm past my time, but I would like to emphasize something of what we do for reconstruction. I'm going to take very little time. For example, in Rio Grande do Sul, what instruments do we have to support reconstruction? First, the typical thing that the countries have, and very often at the request of the country, we reorganize the portfolio projects in the country in order to redirect them to reconstruction. For example, in Rio Grande do Sul, there was a project with health and education for the development of new infrastructure and improve the current infrastructure that was redirected to reconstruction of schools and healthcare centers affected by the flood.
de desarrollo.
We're currently talking with BOD of Brazil of an operation where IDB will give this National Development Bank $200 million so that those $200 million may help this National Development Bank of Brazil may give resources to municipalities in order to fund the reconstruction of highway, energy, and sewage facilities. This is another mechanism. And the opportunities arise of new operations, such as in the city of Medellin, to have an operation to improve and expand the system of protection against floods. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Te comento que en la primera reunión de la,
Thank you so much, Claudia. I'd like to comment that in the first meeting of this conference, fundamentally, we emphasized that South-South cooperation in the issue of disasters has fundamentally different blocks, and that these blocks were even preceded the political agreements. So the NAC came first, and SICA, everything that Caprada has done at the end, the impact, and obviously SEDIMA. So fundamentally, South-South cooperation in the issue of disasters, you can find that many countries have been affected, has been through blocks. Precisely, they have constituted blocks and institutionality that is very important. Thank you so much for your presentation. And once again, it is a pleasure to be with you, as well as with Jack, who shared the evaluation of Rio Grande do Sul, which is something that I don't change. So we will continue with our panel. We will now listen to Oscar Guevara. Oscar Guevara is Colombian, a well-known academic in the field of disaster risk management. It is the main executive at the topic of the ASEAN Development Cooperation and will present to us the actions of that and the countries. Thank you very much, Oscar. Petros. Thank you so much. I have problems with the web. I cannot share my screen. Maybe the organization, you can share it. No, there it is. There it is. My pleasure to meet you. My name is Oscar Guevara from CAF, the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm in a complicated position because after the presentation of World Bank and IDB, there's very little I can add. But I believe that we have synergy, a healthy competition among the development banks, and with a strict sense of economy. This competition makes us better and makes us provide better financial conditions and more robust products for Latin America and the Caribbean. So with this, I would like to go to the next slide. The invitation was to talk about three very concrete points. Very concrete. First, in the context of funding the disaster risk management. I believe that the three of us spoke about the same thing, but I would like to focus my presentation on the experience and the work of CAF, emphasizing the first part of this graph, which is that particularly our financing that is risk-based focuses directly to reduce risk in every sector. When I'm talking about disaster risk, climatic risk, essentially, and I believe that with this I could close my presentation, the mission of the bank is that its investments in all the sectors, infrastructure, energy, water, sanitation, environment, tourism, poverty reduction, must be investment that applies principles of resiliency. Every investment must apply resiliency principles, which allows us to make an effective reduction of the risk in every sector where we're working. That's the goal, that's a vision of the bank. I believe that that is where we have more impact in the mobilization of resources. For 2024, taxonomy reflects an investment of $14 billion. Only that year, the number of approvals under the principles of resilience, of sectoral resilience. So that's the first part. And then, conceptually, if we can reduce these risks, we go to see how we can strengthen financial planning for the prevention and transfer of risk. Both presentations, Jack and Claudia's, how do we approach this through financial instruments? And here we have this coincidence and this environment that I believe is very favorable for the countries who have common elements and discourse as to the importance of approaching financial planning for the retention and preparedness for risk. We will see what's the alternative other countries choose. We believe that it is the message that's unavoidable, it's urgent message. And even though we're doing our very best to invest for the risk reduction in every sector, there are residual risks that may have been accumulated in time to be managed through financial planning. And for that reason, these options of the KTTOs, or the contingent credits and the insurance, parametric and others are available, and that the governments have a positive attitude in terms of the discussion and the approach of the use of these type of financial instruments. And of course, the last one that I believe that we've all learned very much from the experience of the risk the process of responsible recovery in Brazil, but it is something that we have witnessed for a long time of different actions of processes of financing for the response to the rehabilitation and recovery post-disaster. And here try to focus on the message that appears in red on the lower part. And it is the possibility of offering the governments a predictability of the resources, that they should know in advance that in front of a disaster condition, that they may know at what conditions and what time and to what amount they may count with resources for the multilateral banking system, for the recovery systems, that they should know that in a very brief period of time, through different instruments that Jack and Claudio mentioned, there's a series of resources available. But beyond that, the message and the last slides were mentioned in the case of Brazil, how that response and recovery is the starting point for resilient recovery. That is, the new investments that are framed for institutions for disasters should include resilience, which refer to the first part of this graph, and it is that in context of reconstruction, we must apply the concepts of resilience in every activity that we are funding. Next question about the challenges in reconstruction.
I'll recap on the last component of the slide regarding the structure of funding based on risk. It refers to having resources, so once again, predictability and funding. I believe that our countries in Latin America and the Caribbean appreciate the possibility to know beforehand the conditions and the amounts under which they can have multilateral funding, but also the conditions under which they could be a disbursement regarding the different insurance instruments. In this chart, I wish to add the possibility of the flexibility of terms and conditions. It's something that the IDB is carrying out and also CAF is looking into, and it's how the operations of the bank with the countries can include clauses, flexible clauses in which flexibility in terms of the payments in some loans that allow to set free these resources so that the country can invest these resources in rehabilitation and recovery. It's a bit more elaborated for the purpose of this presentation. That is the approach. When the country requires it the most, it can set free payment credits or so with multilateral banking and to aim the response to reconstruction, rehabilitation. So it's the traditional terms which are predictable or we can anticipate, and always reinforcing the fact that all of these resource mobilization do not leave aside the emergency or to make decisions in a context of disaster, do not leave aside the principles of resiliency in investments. Finally, there's an invitation on ECLAC to speak about the agendas and the adaptation to climate change risk management. So from CAF, we have worked for many years on this focus, integral management and risk management and climate adaptation. And we have been consolidating this from three very simple messages. In both agendas, we have an implicit effort in risk mitigations that exist, risk management and climate management. We think that's a core point where they coincide between the agendas to mitigate risks. That's always the initial message from our slides. Our investments have to aim towards risk mitigation, but amongst the risk mitigation, disaster and climate change to mitigate existing risks. There's an accrual of complex risk related to different variables of climate variables and others that are originated by geophysical, seismic activities, tsunamis, among others. And there's an important accrual of risks under which this integral focus of risk management and climate change can be used to adapt to these risks. With the emphasis of climate change and the expected change in the variables as we have anticipated the future risks, I believe these are one of the qualitative leaps given by the agenda and risk management in hand with climate change. And how can we include in a more effective way, and how can we anticipate future risks, and once again to reduce or mitigate future risks and the adaptation to certain impacts. We recognize that some future risks will be materialized, and we should prepare ourselves to, in case these impacts are to occur.
Estoy con el tiempo, Omar.
I think I'm on time, Omar. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Oscar. No solo cumplir
Perfect. Thank you, Oscar. Not only are you on time, but also with the goal.
con este panel, vamos ahora a
Continuing with this panel, we will hear the intervention from Luis Gamarra. He's Peruvian. He's a person that has a wealth of experience in risk management and disaster management, disaster assessment. It's a pleasure to greet you. And last year, you were part of the ECLAC team in assessing Hurricane Barry in Barbados. We were part of your team in DDNA of Hurricane Beryl in Grenada and St. Vincent. So the floor is yours.
No, no se te escucha, Lucho.
No, sí creo que no tienes el micrófono.
It seems you are muted.
Ahora sí.
Perdón, estaba intentando compartir pantalla primero.
My apologies. I was trying to share my screen first of all.
Sí.
Can you see it? Yes. Full screen mode? Yes.
Bueno, no, primero agradecer a
Firstly, to thank Omar Bello, and my dear colleagues at ECLAC for the invitation, and also the colleagues, the panelists from the World Bank, CAF, IDB, and Brazil. I think it gives us a good framework of what I'll be introducing. I think we agree very deeply the baseline of risk management and the types of strategies under which we need to emphasize. This was already mentioned by Oscar in his last few slides, a focus based on attempting to prevent new risk conditions, mitigating the existing risks, but obviously to prepare ourselves to respond and to recover in a quick way. And facing these challenges, we consider that South-South cooperation may allow us to move faster, taking advantage of the skills that might have been developed by a few countries, institutions, different territorial areas that can be shared with their peers of other regions.
Sumamente importante.
There is a very important motor engine that can be fed or fueled up
Darle un valor agregado a los procesos que
to give added value to the processes that we are currently developing. I haven't actually added it to this presentation, but I do want to remember and experience with the Andean countries. I haven't added it because it's a bit outdated. It's from 2006, 2007. It's between capital cities of the Andean countries from Caracas to Bogotá, Quito, Lima, La Paz.
¿no? Un análisis
But firstly, carrying out an analysis of the risk conditions of each one of the cities and the strategies that each one of the departments, not only risk management, the different departments had developed to that date, so that the other cities would be able to therefore identify strategies that they could incorporate to their cities to attempt to solve issues that they had self-identified. This created an exchange between technicians that had a larger value than the one as an external technician could provide to another country. The exchange between specialists of planning fields or finance or public services, speaking among peers, there was an extremely important value. I think that's where the great relevance of this topic lays.
porque he escogido algunos casos
I have chosen a few recent cases of South-South cooperation that cover different fields. In our case of UNDP and others from risk information, risk governance, preparedness, early alert systems, resilient recovery, and risk is one of the focal points.
entonces algunas
I have selected a few of these experiences that have allowed us,
¿no? Tanto
or countries, at a core level and within their districts or municipalities, they have learned from the progress of others. This is one of these experiences guided towards risk mitigation, disaster, the adaptation of climate change within the processes of development in terms of planning, budgeting of the development, and also based on a common guide. Different countries, as Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, developed their own experiences, learning somewhat based on what each one had been able to achieve based on the prioritization of each one of the countries at a municipal level. They took advantage of the planning processes of development at that level in order to find inputs to incorporate risk management and adaptation to climate change within the different phases of planning, decision making, to schedule investments and budgeting. This picture portrays the encounter within specialists, within risk management, environment, planning, finance, from the finance ministry. And it was key in these 4 countries so they could exchange experiences, but also for them to be able to develop an exchange within themselves. This other experience in early warning systems, especially in the Caribbean,
potencial, digamos, ¿no?
there is a high potential
Especialmente
of work within this region taking advantage of the mutual cooperation in the framework of CARICOM, SEDEMA,
Cada uno de ellos son países
but also recognizing that each one of these countries are of smaller size with limited capacity, but at the same time they share risk situations and also economic, political, cultural aspects that are very common. The support to these initiatives of South-South cooperation within the countries of the region of the Caribbean is key to be able to go through that leap towards risk management that is a bit more fast-tracked. This is a South-South cooperation example aimed towards early alert systems in which Cuba, and specific based on their experiences, they also share with other countries of the region, but also based on a whole process of deep analysis of the needs and the capabilities of each one of them in order through the technical assistance processes to adapt these initiatives towards the different countries. Something similar in this other experience and risk management centers at a local and municipal level for the disaster and risk management for the different countries in the region of the Caribbean, but shared somewhat the progress in these local committees, specifically of management and disasters, transferring this to disaster risk reduction centers. Experiences between different countries of the Caribbean, English, French speaking, Haiti, Cuba, and Dominican Republic.
pidió Omar también compartir experiencias de cooperación
Omar also asked me to share South-South cooperation examples with the region. Latin America could also have learned from experiences outside the region, but also have shared and contributed to the development with experience outside from our region.
Caribe ha contribuido
And actually, Latin America and the Caribbean have contributed significantly to the development of the conceptual risk and risk management at a global level.
como
Much of what we take as a basis for the development of our strategies comes from this perspective, corrective vision that goes beyond the response to emergency.
trabajo académico,
Much was generated from an academic work on the development of methodology for risk management, and that has transcended to the rest of the region. In this slide, nevertheless, we can see some experiences which are on the recovery aspect,
instrumentos para
were instruments for the evaluation of needs for recovery, just as DALA, for example, the experience with the BDNA that has transcended at a global level.
para el análisis
In this case, it is a tool for the analysis of the impact in infrastructure at a more micro level, infrastructure both of housing as well as other services, but also of the social and economic conditions. Those are the technologies, HPDA, housing building assessment, and the social and economic assessment, CIA, that have been replicated
el globo, ¿no?
through the world.
Un
In this image here, we have a brief review, but in Africa and Asia, these methodologies that were born from studies done in Dominica and Bahamas, for example, after the Maria hurricane and Dorian, now are commonly used in other countries of the region as well.
experiencia
And so on, this other experience from has been learned in the Caribbean after Maria hurricane and Dorian in Jamaica and Bahamas
económicas
of reactivation of economic activities at the micro level for micro and small entrepreneurs. This program is ongoing and now it's an in-motion program that is shared at a global level outside of and Caribbean region. In this other case, there's also experiences of microinsurances
distintos tipos de usuarios,
for different types of users,
agrícola,
both in agricultural issues, as a trade, tourism,
para vivienda, ¿no?
housing insurance, but it has transcended. This is a global initiative and it is shared between Latin America and the rest of the countries at a worldwide level, trying to provide adequate products for micro and small households and entrepreneurs. I would like to conclude with this slide.
Pero también algo
I have not included it here, something that's being carried from our region out to other, the damage and loss analysis based on the methodologies that we consider for the analysis for recovery. Some first experiences were conducted in El Salvador, subsequently in Belize, but now Mozambique is also using that methodology as well for the analysis of losses and damages for scenarios projected to 2050 for climate change, but also with the projection of the exposure and vulnerability conditions in the future. And so there are many experiences that feed somehow the exchange among countries and that may lead to actions of South-South cooperation. This slide resumes in part the lessons we have learned from these different experiences in a step-by-step of how to conduct the South-South cooperation. There are three elements that might be key. One is that it should be adapted to the requirements of that country and the sector where the South-South cooperation goes. So beyond an exchange of experiences,
a un
it
proceso
must be integrated to a process of capacity building for risk management that the country may be developing. That analysis of the demand is extremely important, and the analysis of capacities to absorb the tool, but also an analysis of the capacities of the country offering the South-South cooperation, that there be a good systematization of what is learned in order to share those capacities. Then throughout the process, which is very long, the recipient, the country recipient of that cooperation. The third point is the facilitator role.
otras
Both UNDP as well as other institutions, maybe the World Bank, IDB, CAF, or the governments themselves, in this case, the government of Brazil, may facilitate the process of a South-South cooperation, help that identification of needs of the recipients and the capacities of the offering countries
regulación
to provide that triangulation of cooperation. As UNDP, based on the experiences in the 170 countries where we have offices and programs of risk management, that is a good base to stimulate this exchange. This is what I have to say, Omar. Thank you so much for the invitation. I hope I may have contributed to the discussion.
Excelente la presentación, Lucho. Muchas gracias.
Excellent presentation, Lucho. Thank you so much. Now, the last presentation on this panel will be given by Luis Bonilla. Is an economist and has a master's in social studies, risk of risk management, a specialist in first application to urban issues. He has broad experience, particularly practical experience. He worked for many years in data management and he currently works in UNTRR. So, Luis, you will have to repeat part of the same. Well, thank you so much for the invitation. I have a triple challenge. I was thinking that I have to be the last. I'll see how I don't repeat myself. And second, that we run out of time for the conversation with the countries. And I was thinking that it's been quite a while that I lost the habit of resisting the jealous cold climate. And it's very cold. I'd like to start with information that I believe is very important for this meeting. We recently published this report. I have a copy for whoever wants it, which is the disaster risk, which it talks about the prevention of risk disaster. It tells us that only 1% of official aid to development that's received in Latin America is classified as risk disaster reduction. So we are in a context with what we were talking yesterday, where national cooperation is being reduced when the cooperation for disaster risk reduction is minority, is more geared to the response. It is more geared to solving the consequences of the disasters rather than its prevention. And if we take into account the adaptation to climate change, where there's a lot of overlap between disaster risk reduction and adaptation to climate, it doesn't rise too much, only 5%. So what do we need? And then why we make an appeal, it's not just to improve the prospective and reductive aid and disaster risk. Look to ask what do we understand by prospective reduction? Prospective is the investment that helps us to prevent creating more risk, avoiding that whatever we do generates more risk. And corrective investment is the one that aims to approach and reduce the risk that's already built. For example, when we talk about Latin America, as was mentioned in the presentation, that Latin America is the most urbanized area in the world, one of the most unequal, we must admit that much of the risk is already built. So it is necessary to reduce that existing risk. And to that end, we propose 4 components that we consider that through international cooperation, we have to increase that perspective and corrective investment. But I can tell you a bit of what we're doing about that. First of all, improve the knowledge of the risk. We've heard about the importance of improving knowledge about the damage and economic and non-economic losses of the disasters. From UNDRR, we are developing a new platform that will be used for the tracking of loss and damage themselves with the platform of SIMTEP platform was a platform created in Latin America and made official at a worldwide level. And more than 150 countries use the platform SIMTEP, and now we're updating that platform in order to have something that's very important when we talk about financing for the reduction of for disaster risk reduction, which is the non-economic consequences. And advance of the probabilistic risk reduction. The probabilistic risk reduction helps us with the knowledge that we have and the scientific capacity we have developed. It allows us to make prospective analysis of how certain events work and what they could have. Through probabilistic risk analysis, for example, we can learn create systems of early warning, anticipatory warnings or forecasting based on impact. From UNPRR as part of the initiative of early warning for all the persons launched by the Secretary General of the UN, aiming that all the persons may have access to early warning. We are working in Latin America, in many countries such as Guatemala, based on probabilistic risk assessment based on volcanic threats. We're creating systems that may inform anticipatory actions that may prevent and reduce the impact of disasters. Another important aspect to work in prospective as well as corrective investment is resilient infrastructure costs. I mentioned it very strongly, the importance that the new investments be formed up into, and also that the existing infrastructure may become more resilient. And something that Jack also mentioned, is to help reduce the contingent liability of the state in association with the disaster. That is that fiscal obligation that the states have when a disaster happens. And that can be reduced, particularly by improving the infrastructure of resilience, or the resilience of the infrastructure. Working with Colombia and with Chile, we have developed national papers for the improvement of resilient infrastructure. And in the case of Chile, we're taking it at the local level and the region of Bio principle. And in the case of Colombia, at the sectorial level, making an analysis of how to improve the resiliency of infrastructure in the transportation sector. Another very important topic is the localization of the disaster risk reduction. I will take the sentence, an event that we did in December last year. Omar said that the disasters are not national.
Disasters need to be located, and the risk is located in territorial terms. And we are working, for instance, in the cost-benefit analysis in investment in resilience. We have said that it's more cost-effective to invest in resilience than to look into the disaster. There are many case studies that demonstrate that $1 invested in resilience can drop $4 or 12, 16 in the disaster. So the localization of risk disaster management to understand the needs and how that investment will create these co-benefits, not only in terms of avoided losses, but also social and environmental benefits. For that purpose, we are working together with Costa Rica and Brazil in cost-benefit analysis and the investment on resilience for reconstruction projects, because it's also important not only for the built infrastructure to be resilient, but the infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt. It is done so integrating the principles of resiliency. And finally, the funding for resiliency to mitigate risk disaster. In the region, we have observed great progress in terms of generating strategies, financial strategies for disaster risk management. I wish to mention an exercise that we are supporting together with the World Bank in this moment in the Central American region, CEPREDENAC, mentioned by Claudia and ECOSEFIN, which is the Council of Finance Ministers. They are developing the first regional funding strategy to mitigate disaster management sustained on the Inter-American platform of the Central American system. And in terms of resiliency and looking into the discussions that we will have in the panel regarding financing for development conferences, there's an invitation extended because recently in the action platform of Seville, there's different initiatives of how we're going to include the commitments that are to be adopted in the conference in Seville. UNDRR, together with other agencies, are having a strategy of resilience from risk to resilience. And what it seeks in first place is to increase the funding to mitigate risk management available for countries, and secondly, to improve the destination of that funding, because as we have observed, that there are different instruments of financial protection. We have discussed the contingency loans or catastrophe bonds. It is necessary to increase the funding for these other actions, and what they seek is to mitigate risk in order to avoid the impacts of disasters being so large. This initiative for resiliency wishes to have access to strengthening technical capacities to develop this new generation of instruments. And as the Latin American region has been a pioneer in terms of financial protection instruments, it is so in risk management financing. It's initiatives that you are all invited to form a part of, and hopefully you can support it, and it will be launched in Seville at the end of this month. Thank you. Thank you, Luis. We open the floor for further discussion.
Colombia.
Colombia.
Muchas gracias. Un buen día para
Thank you. Good morning to the authorities of the main table and the auditorium. Thank you to the delegations for their presentations. In terms of the subject of this table, I'm going to refer to the experience of Colombia in a national development plan. Colombia, World Power for Life, acknowledges social justice strongly linked. So risk management is not only an urgency that looks into climate change evidenced by the presentation of Brazil, but it also looks at risk management, disaster risk management. It's a shared responsibility to be able to guarantee and protect the right to life. For Colombia, risk management cannot be separated from communities that have been marginalized. I will refer to one of the great COP16 achievements in 2024, and it's to include the communities, the Afro-descendant communities, as custodians of biodiversity in the agreement after 26 years. Being the case, in Colombia, we have showed how our environmental focus from foreign policies in international tools, one that responds to international cooperation, we foster transformation, including among our access, prevention, and climate resiliency that looks into the differences of women, of ethnical and rural communities. What has been our achievements in terms of the protection of environment and looking into risk and disaster management? We have the leadership of international integration. We have the pro tempore presidency, where we prepare specific work plans and actions that foster South-South and triangular cooperation. I will refer to specific instances. The first one of them, the National Association of the States of the Caribbean, ECT. We closed this pro tempore presidency in the year 2005 as establishing a program of cooperation regarding coastal resiliency in a research center that we are glad to open in Santa Marta with the government of Korea to develop knowledge, as I was saying in the last intervention, so important in this management and risk prevention. This research center will have a main approach in the coastal line, and secondly, the Latin American states, Latin America and the Caribbean CELAC, there was a strategic line and diplomacy of life and advocating for nature. There were concrete actions throughout climate change, and in the Pacific Alliance, they were one of the technical instruments. And risk management and safe destinations. Aside from those actions in the multilateral framework, we have actions that are bilateral. Just to mention a few of them, we maintain the South-South cooperation, specific projects of risk mitigation with climate change, Chile, Cuba, Honduras, Panama, Peru, Dominican Republic, among other partnerships. We also have regional programs, and it's a pleasure for us to convey that we have in a role as offering a South-South cooperation and ASEAN. There's a course to incentivize at a political and financial term the ecosystem of blue carbon. There are many Asian officials, and there's a third version that will also have, aside from the countries of Southeast Asia, guests from the Caribbean region throughout the AIC mechanism. I ratified the commitment of Colombia to have partnerships and bridges of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, obviously with the differentiated responsibility. We wish to work in technology, technical capacity, green resilience and climate change, anti-disaster with a focus of protection, solidarity, and being fair. Not only is it a challenge, but it summons us today as such. Thank you.
Chile.
Chile.
Bueno, muy bueno.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you to the panel for the great presentations. We well know that Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the most vulnerable regions to world disasters. And this not only threatens life and people's safety, but also it also attempts our development processes throughout our cooperation agency, the Chilean International Agency for Development. We have set sustained effort to reinforce the national and regional capability throughout South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation that contribute throughout closing gaps in the implementation of the 2030 agenda. The path towards resiliency and reducing vulnerability is crucial for the future of our countries. One of the pillars in which we have centered our action has been the partnership with the Japanese government, as Claudio, the colleague of IDB, mentioned, throughout the International Cooperation Agency, JICA. Chile and Japan not only have a deep friendship and common values, but also history stressed by geography, challenging geography exposed to constant natural disasters, tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcano eruptions. And this has set a strategic partnership in terms of mutual respect, joint learning, and the commitment with sustainable development. We have worked together with academic and governmental institutions in terms of resilience against tsunamis, to go through critical infrastructure and regulations, and also mitigating the risk disaster. We have the Kizuna program throughout 2015 and 2020, trained more than 800 practitioners of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thanks to this experience, Chile has set itself as a regional risk management entity. We are implementing the Kizuna to the second phase of the program that seeks to broaden coverage and the effectiveness in training. Also, the link of professionals within the first phase of this program. The focus is clear: to build societies that are more resilient and sustainable facing disasters within our region. On the other hand, I wish to highlight the fact that ACCID has played a crucial role in responding to forest fires that affected the central south of Chile, facilitating the coordination, interinstitutional coordination, and the donation by IDB or CAF. Our commitment goes beyond the humanitarian post-disaster factor. We bet on international cooperation of transfer knowledge, institutional strengthening, and also investing in risk disaster. As we have said in the panel, it's also investing in development. Finally, We are convinced that international cooperation and South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation in specific is not only desirable, but it's also necessary to affect climate, to look into climate change and the intensity of disasters. Thank you.
El Salvador.
Thank you, El Salvador. Good morning. Thank you, everyone. I'll try to sort my ideas out. I think I need to begin by thanking the Chilean agency. We have the chairman, Enrique Alfari, and my colleague has been the beneficiary of a few of the courses that the panelists had mentioned regarding risk management and disaster management. And this topic, it is something we are passionate above and beyond. And I thank you for your words, and we want to outline throughout cooperation. It's also done so far, the experience of ESCO within this scheme, humanitarian scheme, and how we have been moving forward from 2020 when we created ESCO. It's part of the humanitarian entity in the country coordinated by OCR, the United Nations system. I know that you have heard of Raul Salazar that comes from UNDR. So Raul's experience is also great for this humanitarian team, and together with the Civil Protection Society, it has been accompanying the efforts. There's also cooperation agencies, international NGOs in El Salvador. We worked on a protocol in case of emergencies, or if it was necessary, an international calling from 2020, regardless of going through the pandemic. We had the landslides of Nejapa, but we had the storms as Eta, Ota, Manda, and Cristobal. And in El Salvador, we have a Maria alert. It has summoned the whole system, and the Foreign Affairs Ministry is also a part of the Commission of International Humanitarian Aid. And the Central American countries also have vulnerabilities in other topics, as it is tremors. This morning, I hadn't even woken up, and the Minister of the Environment launched an app called a Seismic App Alert. I have the application on my phone, and Numa country was facing a tremor. It was 5.7, and these early detection system, you mentioned it, the importance of strengthening them and also in hand with other partner countries and friends. This year, from 2020, we have been launching the plan of human response and needs. This is also coordinated with the OCHA office. That is also a benchmark in this regard. We have many colleagues there. Among them, Luis might know of Ms. Vera Goldsmith, which is also of great knowledge in this regard. We can share these experiences in disaster situations. El Salvador has also shared and has offered a helping hand, not only to Central American countries, but also towards the earthquake in Turkey. There was a group of the USAR for the seismic activity in Turkey a few years ago.
Of course, we know the role done by the General Director of Civil Protection, and that field, also Josefina, through the Ministries of Finance. And I believe it's a good time to thank both the World Bank, IDB, and CAF, who have a significant presence in the country. We naturally with our Minister of Finance, who has broad experience, but we also coordinate with other institutions of the central government, amongst them, even ESCO. So we are available for you. I'd like to comment that in this effort, we also, precisely this week, within the Technical Scientific Cooperation Program we have with Colombia, this week a delegation reached Salvador to share their experiences with the General Bureau of Civil Protection. This is what the South-South cooperation occurs both ways. We learn the experience of a country, but they also learn about our own experience. So for the panelists, this has been an extremely interesting topic for the government of El Salvador. And any request or support that we find that the South-South cooperation will be available for you. Thank you very much.
Guatemala.
Guatemala. Thank you for the time. I'd like to start by extending a greeting to the panelists, thanking them for the important interventions with the rest of the heads of delegations, the United Nations agency, and international cooperation agencies. What I will share today stems from the conviction that every life that we protect counts. Emergencies do not wait, and preparation starts with conversations such as this one. So for Guatemala, it is very important to participate in this panel with the topic of international cooperation and the comprehensive disaster risk management, since it is a horizontal probability within our foreign policy and our vision of sustainable development. I would like to highlight that the World Risk Report 2024, our nation was in position 44 of the World Risk Index and number 13 in the Caribbean and Latin America region. The recent history has shown us that disasters caused by natural events do not recognize borders, and the crisis, ever more complex and frequent, require multilateral responses that are coordinated and solidary. In this context, international cooperation is perceived as an essential component in the governance of disaster risks. Aligned with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030, particularly with priority to strengthen the governance of disaster risk to manage risk, has structured its institutional approach from a multi-level and multi-sectoral perspective, articulated through the correct system, national coordination for disaster risk, which is the ruling entity for this topic in Guatemala, and reflected in instruments such as the National Plan of Comprehensive Disaster Risk Management 2024. Acknowledge that the risk is multidimensional. Our action is based on three pillars: environmental, economic, and social, with a horizontal focus based on human rights and territorial resilience. This international cooperation has been vital to advancing concrete actions of mitigation, adaptation, and capacity building. From the environmental dimension, we highlight the efforts shared with strategic partners in the implementation of systems for early warning, conservation of strategic ecosystems, and the strengthening of the response capacity to forest fires aggravated by climate change. In economic terms, we underscore the importance of the international financial systems such as the parametric insurance of deferred disbursement in front of catastrophes and technical assistance of the UN for risk reduction, disaster risk reduction, but that have led to innovative fiscal protection instruments, and as well as strategies such as the Permanent Fund for Disaster Reduction and the National Fund for Climate Change. On the social aspect, Guatemala acknowledges that there is no resilience without inclusion. The participation of women, indigenous people, persons with disability, childhood, and youth in the process to plan, implement, and monitor have been supported by international cooperation, generating sustainable capacities and culturally pertinent responses. Likewise, we have strengthened partnerships for the construction of a geographic information system, integration of risk in the national education system, and institutionalization of the anticipatory action based on the roadmap, harmonized with the regional plan of comprehensive risk management. Our diplomacy aims to the construction of multilateral solutions has promoted space for dialogue, such as the Global Platform for the Reduction of Disaster Risk. In its most recent issue, integrated new voices showing that risk management is shared responsibility, but also an opportunity to strengthen social and territorial cohesion. Guatemala was represented by the Executive Secretary of CONRED, and a delegation of 28 officials. And it was a very significant participation for the country and an experience that permits us to replicate actions in our nation. Guatemala stresses the international commitment to disaster risk reduction must be accompanied by political dialogue and technical and financial cooperation. The historical structural gaps faced by our countries can only be closed through joint actions, equitable and sustainable. So we urge the states present here to continue systems of cooperation, promoting the exchange of good practices, technology transfer, generation of capacities, and the fair climate funding. Integral risk management must be a means to assure the rights, well-being, and dignity of our population. Guatemala reaffirms its position to continue to work with all the public and private stakeholders, national and international, to work towards a resilient, inclusive, and safe future for everyone. Thank you.
Perú.
Perú.
Muy buenos días, un saludo especial a la presidencia.
Good morning. Special greeting to the chair and the panel with us today, as well as to all the delegations present here. We wanted to thank the very enlightening presentations that we have heard this morning. Agree with what has been said by our chairman, that actually we are building institutionality in the region for this topic of comprehensive disaster risk management. And very interesting is that the Development Bank proposes innovative formulas, basically focusing on resilience. It is also particularly interesting what was said by the representative from the United Nations Office for Disaster Reduction
A la resiliencia
and the mention to resilience and the proposal prospective and corrective investment in civil. So we would appreciate if you could send me information, since we are at the very verge of the meeting in Seville at the end of this month. In the case of Peru, we highlight national policy for international technical cooperation to 2030 includes as one of its priority topics disaster risk management. We focus on conservation of the environment, biological diversity, and disaster risk management. Peru has concrete successful experiences that highlight its capacity in the field of cooperation. An outstanding example is the creation of hubs of permanent and updated knowledge, highlighting triangular cooperation geared to technical strengthening in disaster situations developed, for example, with the support of Japan. So we are in the same perspective as Chile. This initiative shows how technical cooperation can generate long-lasting capacities, consolidating an infrastructure of knowledge that continuously benefits the member countries. Likewise, I would like to highlight that the recent catalog of the Peruvian offer of international cooperation 2025-26 presents good practices in comprehensive disaster risk management. Among the projects included in this catalog that report for your consideration is geospatial information, teledetection for emergencies after adverse events. This only shows Peru's commitment to innovate and share its experience in comprehensive disaster risk management at a regional and international level. Thank you very much.
Brasil.
Brazil.
Muchas gracias, buenos días.
Good morning, thank you very much. My greetings to the chair, to the panel, the delegations, the agencies, and the audience. Thank you for the opportunity to address you in this session. I want to thank the panelists for their very illustrative and inspiring presentations. Special greeting to Glaucia Hasler. Thank you so much for the information and congratulations for the work done. At the topic of the panel, I would like to mention the development of the Summit Brazil Caribbean held June 13, where the following issues were highlighted in the joint declaration. Strengthening of community resilience, emphasizing the exchange of knowledge and technology, as well as the development of the early warning system, which reflects a preventive integrated system aligned with the best international practices in disaster risk management. Priority care to the small island development states. The recognition of the vulnerability of the small island developing states in the region, as appears in the joint declaration of the summit, is consistent with the regional climate agenda, reinforces the need of differential cooperation mechanisms adapted to their realities. Regional cooperation, the proposal of coordination amongst organizations with the Caribbean Agency for the management of emergencies due to disasters, the Caribbean community and other sub-regional entities, strategic in avoiding the underuse of resources. I would like to highlight at the institutional level that Brazil is also negotiating agreements with the Caribbean community. To that end, meetings were conducted with representatives of the Caribbean Agency for Disaster Risk Emergencies, of the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, the Caribbean Institution of Meteorology and Hydrology, and the Seismic Research Center of the University of Western Antilles, as well as other cooperating institutions from Brazil, from Rio de Janeiro, 9 to 13, Franco da Rocha, and Brazil. In this context, the Fund for Climate Adaptation and Comprehensive Natural Disaster Adaptation works as key, showing the political commitment to the creation of financial regional solutions for the prevention and response to disasters, which can expand the autonomy and the response capacity of the countries of the region. I would like to say that the bilateral plan is, in a bilateral plan, we're negotiating agreements between Brazil and countries from South America and the Caribbean in the areas of comprehensive risk management, comprehensive management of biosciences with an emphasis on physics, and prevention and response to emergencies in the oil sector. Brazil has interest in expanding on a timely basis that range of negotiation with the countries of Central America.
Finally, I mentioned the other regional initiatives in the field of risk and disasters, as it is the work group in disaster risk management of the Brasilia Consensus, the Amazonic network of integrated fire management from the Treaty of the Amazonic Initiative and risk disaster management from Mercosur, in which Brazil wishes to act upon convergence, coherence, and consistency to avoid eventual overlapping and contradictions within different initiatives. Thank you.
OIM.
OIM.
Buenos días y gracias por estas interesantes.
Thank you. Good morning. I appreciate these interesting interventions. What was it? Was it me? And for allowing us this space in our region. We have been highlighted in our region for innovative solutions in adaptation and the development of a focus based on human rights to approach these issues. The experiences that have been implemented by many of the countries in the region offer a scenario which is ideal to strengthen and to depthen and increase South-South cooperation. There's also a clear willingness within the region to work jointly regarding these topics and looking into the experiences and ownability. The experience of migration looks at risk migration and the adaptation to climate change in migration policies and fostering South-South cooperation. From our organization, we wish to refer to two exercises in specific with the financial support of DG ECO. There's a project called Prepare Yourself Furthermore, a regional initiative to empower the governments of South America to have preparedness systems for sensitive disasters to gender under an integral, inclusive, and focus on people. This project recognizes that natural disasters and the effects of climate change, the social challenges as it is, structural inequality does not occur isolatedly, but it combines disproportionate impacts on people throughout a participative process that is based on evidence and in strict coordination with regional, national, and local stakeholders. Prepárate más, or prepare yourself more, seeks to strengthen the capacity of the states to prepare itself before disasters, prioritizing actions for those who face larger hurdles of access to timely and worthy attention. Well-informed exit plans can make a difference. And in early warnings, I want to share the tool, a geo-reference tool that allows us to make decisions on centers, evacuation centers in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have more than 10 countries mapped currently. This tool was took place after hurricanes Irma, Maria, Eta, Ota, and it has been validated by OCHA and SEDEMA. Its use was strategic and it was a Lifeline Ready for Impact NASA program. It was one of the finalists to look into improvement opportunities. OTA and SEPRENAC show interest and see absolute value in developing furthermore this platform, mainly as a preparedness tool, civil protection tool, and communities at stake, mainly for hurricanes. This platform is constantly evolving in the last 5 years without external funding, propelled by the regional belief of the OEM to save lives. The pre-evacuation platform empowers local communities, and responders, humanitarian responders during, before and after a disaster, providing the appropriate tools in the necessary moment. And it was developed to approach this step. It combines satellite images, governmental data to provide information that is processed on location of the evacuation centers, the governmental coordination, historical data on previous events, and emergency responses. We strongly believe that the platform can be useful as a first step to create a completely functional platform that is going to turn into a crucial preparedness tool for the region. Throughout Hurricane Beryl in June 2024, our platform was public and activated. A key success was to provide updated real-time information regarding the evacuation centers in the Caribbean and Jamaica. There was strict collaboration with the disaster management associations covered by the Caribbean SEDEMA, which allowed the organizations at a regional level, SEDEMA, MAP Action, and SEDEMA, to coordinate its response effectively. To scale this platform and to make it integral requires funding, without a doubt, that allows us to develop a friendly interface, partnerships with governments, agencies, but this must begin before the storm. The OEM says it's present in more than 30 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, decades of experience in preparedness and humanitarian response, and our technical and operational capacity. Thank you very much.
British Virgin Island.
Islas Vírgenes Británicas.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As a Caribbean country, I am obliged to speak on this issue. Firstly, I would like to thank the panelists for their great presentations. And I want to sincerely thank the UN agencies that assist the Caribbean with managing the risk it faces every year from hurricanes and extreme weather. Not only is it strong winds, but the flooding has been quite terrible as of late, and many of our societies were not built to handle the amount of water that we're seeing now. I want to again acknowledge the cooperation between the Caribbean and Brazil, as well as the Caribbean and Mexico, the Caribbean and Colombia. Our cooperation agreements include working together on climate response, which includes natural disasters. In 2024, Hurricane Beryl affected Barbados, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Jamaica. And many other countries were affected by tropical storms and extreme weather. We don't know what this year holds, but we know it's going to be an active season. Hurricane Beryl took us by surprise. And so we should expect and anticipate that at least one Caribbean country will be affected by a hurricane or tropical storm. Now, in 2017, the British Virgin Islands was affected by 2 Category 5 hurricanes within a span of 3 weeks. 85% of all building structures were damaged or destroyed. 2/3 of GDP was wiped out. But we did recover to an extent. And I'd like to make this point, which I hope would be helpful. The majority of the recovery was paid for by insurance. This is because when a mortgage is taken out in the BVI, there is a legal requirement that homeowners insurance is taken out alongside the mortgage. This, of course, protects the bank because they have to have monies to have their mortgages paid by the borrowers. But it also helps the borrowers, the homeowners, to ensure that if something happens, they have a financial safety net where they can get funds to rebuild. So the bulk of the homeowners rebuilt their homes within 2 years. Everything was rebuilt. Where we had a problem was that government installations, public infrastructure, could not be rebuilt immediately because the government did not insure all of its infrastructure. No government does, but also because we were not eligible for any concessional financing to borrow for recovery. So what we opted to do was take our time to rebuild step by step. And because of that, it has taken us to date 8 years. And the government headquarters is still not repaired. It will take us another 2 years to repair it. So the impact is very real for us in the Caribbean. When you have a population of 70,000, 90,000, one hurricane destroys everything. Everything is gone. It's not like Brazil or Mexico, Colombia, where there's a region that's affected and you can help that region. You're talking about an entire country wiped out. So it is very important for us to have a very strong relationship with Latin America. South-South cooperation is critical because we cannot face this risk without international support, without regional support. So I'd like to just encourage us to include in our priorities and agenda for this regional conference that particular aspect of South-South cooperation must be strengthened between Latin America and the Caribbean, because we in the Caribbean need you in Latin America, because we cannot face this climate crisis on our own. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias. Como es la primera intervención de la Facultad Latinoamericana de Ciencias.
Thank you so much. Since it's the first presentation of Flaxo, I'd like to thank for the space, for this event, for the presentations, and congratulate the new president in his role and wish him the best. From Flaxo, we worry about the issue of how do we ground this to the training from the academic standpoint of conducting the research, the approaches, but also to train both the current leaders, the future leaders of communities in topics as important as disaster risk management. Along this line, some of the activities conducted by Flaxo in the recent years from the General Secretariat, given the fact that Flaxo is composed by 13 local academic entities, but the General Secretariat works on the regional issues. Some examples of this: we conduct an exchange program for several years now with Japan through JICA, as Chile also mentioned that they have collaborated together. More than 300 persons from Latin America and the Caribbean have traveled to Japan for exchange programs where they have learned topics about disaster management, prevention, management of the case of volcanoes or earthquakes, tsunamis. Japan has this reality very similar to many countries of Latin America and Central America. And the General Secretariat of Flaxo works with the same countries. Apart from that, we have conducted studies with different entities, universities, and institutions from Latin America as well as international. And we highlight the work that we did for several years that ended last year with the Indian Institute of Human Settlements, IHS, in issues of prevention and its the effects of climate change in the population. We've also conducted programs with UCL, University College London, GISAT, and topics that are related to management and prevention of disaster risks. Yet, not only to stay in generating the study or presenting them to the governments, but also to generate programs for training at the graduate level, which is what Flaxo does, but also in short courses, specific trainings for governments that the governments themselves have requested based on the studies we have conducted in the past. And a brief note from the General Secretariat, from the Flaxo system composed by all the academic units, to elaborate an annual report, always with a specific topic, and for 2026 is led by Flaxo's group in Cuba and is related to the topic of climate change prevention and disaster risk management. Having said that,
De aquí los presentes, los organismos y los
I will make this available to the countries present here as well as the observers. Colombia is an observer, Spain is an observer. But all the states present here can participate and work with Blackstone. We are at your disposal for the generation of study plans, exchange programs, and training both for leaders, for communities, and civil servants from different agencies and institutions. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por todas las intervenciones
Thank you so much for all the interventions made. So we're very grateful for your contribution. Very well then, I would like to thank Omar Bello from ECLAC and the members of the panel who were with us in the panel on international cooperation on the 4th International Conference on Comprehensive Management of Risk Disasters. I invite Virginia Tripolita, Economic Affairs Officer of the Economic Development Division, for panel 4, International Cooperation on the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, Seville, Spain, June 30, July 3, 2025.
Muy buenos días, soy Georgina Cipoleta Tomasian de...
Good morning, I'm Georgina Cipoleta from the Division of Economic Development of ECLAC. It is a pleasure to greet the delegates, national authorities in terms of international cooperation of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, representatives of international cooperation agencies, of civil society, and dear colleagues, we call to order. And number 4, on international cooperation and the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, based in Seville, within the 2nd conference on South cooperation for Latin America and the Caribbean. The process of financing the development of the United Nations has evolved through 3 fundamental conferences that you all know well, that have set the basis and the working commitments for international cooperation. First, the Monterrey Consensus 2002, then the Declaration Doha 2008, and the last one 10 years ago, the Addis Ababa. Each one has been able to contribute on the basis of agreements reached and its updates, the basis to face the global financing needs and the challenges of development. Now we are facing a historic opportunity with the fourth conference that will take place in Seville, in Spain, in less than 2 weeks, from June 30 to July 3. A world marked by inequalities, growing complex situations such as climate change, structural crisis, and an international moment that is extraordinarily complex. This fourth conference represents an opportunity to build a renewed framework for global financing that will improve the energies and the efforts to have a more sustainable, inclusive, just and resilient funding. One of the main topics that will be dealt in Seville, a redesign of the global financial architecture to make it more just, effective, and inclusive, the strengthening the commitments of official aid to development, particularly to be able to get into more vulnerable populations, maybe less dependent on the criteria of national income. Innovative mechanisms of debt, like a swap for nature, territorial taxes, etc., with a series of multilateral agencies contributing. The first draft for Seville shows the unified commitment to restructure international financing for sustainable development, highlighting, amongst others, reforms of national public finances based on regressive budgeting, transparent budgeting, the strengthening of private funding as a fundamental driver of development, improving environmental for investment, optimization of official aid for development, strengthening of the multilateral development banks, promotion of international trade as a key driver for development for a multilateral system that's fair and inclusive. At the regional level, Latin America and the Caribbean was organized to face the bill through meetings of Sustainable Development Forum, preparatory consultations last year and this year. Some of the regional priorities that are key were improved mobilization of internal resources through the reform of taxation, develop local markets of bonds to reduce external vulnerabilities, expand the role of multilateral development banks, harness innovative tools such as debt swaps for the climate. Today, we meet once again facing the bill to harness how international cooperation can effectively contribute to the objectives of funding for development, particularly from the regional perspective of Latin America and the Caribbean. To that end, we have the honor of counting with a distinguished panel of experts that I will introduce. Norma Mejia is Director General for Global Issues for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. She will participate virtually. Noela Pantoja, Executive Director of the Peruvian International Cooperation Agency, APSI. Estrella, Coordinator of Multilateral Affairs of the Uruguay International Cooperation Agency, AUSI. And Special Envoy of the Premier of the British Virgin Islands. José Luis Pimentel Bolaños, General Coordinator of Cooperation between Spain and Southern Cone, IC. Martin Rivera, Coordinator of the Social Coalition South-South Cooperation Area of the Nico Bonaglan, Assistant Director of OECD, who will participate virtually, as well as Anton Leis Garcia, Director of AC. Each panelist will have a maximum of 7 minutes for his or her intervention. We will then open up space for interventions from the delegations with a maximum time of 3 minutes per intervention. If we are ready, I would give the floor to Norma. She will come virtually. It's our pleasure, Norma, to greet you.
Sí, se te escucha.
¿Sí? ¿Me escuchan?
We can hear you. Yes, perfectly well.
Muy buenos días, todavía allá en Chile.
Good morning. We are 2 hours behind you. Colleagues, distinguished participants, I would like to start by thanking ECLAC for its hospitality and for bringing together this space of reflection that is a crucial step on the path to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. It is the honor for Mexico to participate as co-facilitator of this process, jointly with Norway, Nepal, and Zambia. We join this panel with the firm purpose of advancing collectively towards an international financial architecture that is more just, inclusive, sustainable, and effective. More than 2 decades after the Monterrey Consensus and 1 decade after the Addis Ababa Action, we are facing a global scenario that has been profoundly transformed. The multiple recent crises, health crisis, climate, energy, humanitarian and debt crisis have shown that the incremental focus are no longer sufficient. We need to rethink in a structured way from the perspective of the facilitators. The Seville Conference represents a historic opportunity to reimagine financing for development as a true catalyst of systemic change. In a result which is translated into concrete actions. One, that it recognizes and reduces structural gaps in the access to concessional funding. Two, to strengthen international cooperation, including South-South triangular cooperation, and that channels financial resources, public and privately, in a way that's consistent to the priorities of sustainable development. And our financial architecture responding to the realities of the 21st century. As we have said, different regional and global contributions, this current financial architecture does not adequately respond to the needs of the developing countries. The persistent asymmetry in the decision-making within institutions such as IMF and World Bank, as well as the conditionality of its instruments, continue to curtail the space, political room for countries. Seville has to be the starting point to advance towards a system that better reflects the realities and voices of the global South, a system that promotes democratization of the decision-making and that ensures accessible, predictable, and sufficient financing for all the dimensions of sustainable development.
Mexico needs to guarantee sovereign management of debt and to approach integral frameworks at a national level that reflect the priorities of the social, gender, and climate perspectives. Transformative solutions in gender, that must be one of the priorities for this table in rethinking how this international cooperation as a mainstream access must be propelled. We must go through existentialist models that are purposeful to empower solidarity in horizontal terms based on responsibility. We must look into climate change, gender equality, digital transformation, and the transformation towards resilient economies. It's the moment to broaden and diversify instruments, acknowledging technical aspects and strengthening institutional capacities, especially in regions as Latin America and our brothers from the Caribbean. As a co-facilitator, we advocate for cooperation that does not condition, that respects national priorities and that promotes strategic partnerships with multiple stakeholders, the government, civil society, private sector, development banks, and local communities. The recent regional survey organized by ECNAC leaves a clear trace of what is happening with the margin of the tax evasion is obviously setting limits in our capacity, and Mexico has had formal fiscal reforms to combat illegal frames and to have a convention within the United Nations on taxation internationally. At the same time, we consider that it is key to broaden access to climate funding, to align public funding with ecology, and also to ensure coherence within the financial action and the commitments of the Paris Agreement and the global framework of biodiversity. Mexico was a country that created this process in Monterrey in 2002, convinced that it was necessary to build a shared vision of development based on principles of common responsibility, but differentiated with responsibility and social justice. As the co-facilitators of the fourth conference, we need to have an agenda that is not only good intentions. Seville must redefine what we understand by development to adopt the content of international solidarity and to demonstrate that funding is not an end in itself, but it's a tool to transform lives and to close gaps. Let me summon international organizations. This table, this conference is a space of collective growth where we have frank dialogue, multilateralism that is effective, and commitment with concrete results. We invite all of the delegations to reach Seville with political willingness, a transformative vision, and the sense of urgency to make this conference and Seville to be remembered as a place where we decided not only to speak of change, but to make it a reality. Mexico, together with Norway, Nepal, and Zambia, is prepared to continue building bridges and to facilitate consensus. We together must design a new financial agreement that is global, that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Norma.
Thank you, Norma. Noela, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Permítanme iniciar expresando.
Allow me to begin expressing my appreciation to the organizers of this second meeting of the South-South Regional Corporation of Latin America, the Caribbean, and ECLAC. It's a strategic space, a timely space to look into the progress, challenges, and the projections of South-South cooperation within the region, with the new technologies in perspective and artificial intelligence. In that sense, I congratulate for having included within the agenda of our discussions this important conference. Within an international context that is changing and complex, the fourth international conference on funding for development to be celebrated in Seville represents a challenge and an opportunity to rethink of the current international cooperation system regarding a new paradigm of development under a multi-dimensional, inclusive, and integral focus with horizontality that complements itself, mutual benefit, and technologically state of the art. From the Ibero-American region, we find ourselves working jointly in concrete actions facing Seville from the General Ibero-American Secretariat, SEGIP. This agency, together with other entities responsible of the region, have been participating in the work group regarding development in transition and measurements of development, under which we have been able to create a narrative with consensus present in the final document denominated Commitment of Seville in paragraph 38B that promotes the multidimensional focus of development, and it complements other indexes. It seeks to have further access to funding and cooperation, technical cooperation for development. We invite for countries that do not form part of the Ibero-American space can also subscribe to this initiative. As a region, we are undergoing a development and transition. Therefore, deconstruction and adaptation of a measurement index of the post-Seville development to be considered in specific in allocating the official aid for development must be of a scope, a universal scope, with flexible indicators that are adaptable to the realities and needs of each country and region, and that not only considers the criteria of per capita income to measure development. In this line, as this agency proposed in January lately at ECLAC, we recommend to assess the incorporation of social mobility as one of the indicators of multi-dimensional evaluation that is linked to the structural inequalities that persist within developing countries, including those of middle income and medium higher income as Peru, that has as a concept the opportunity of improving life quality of people. Saying so, it's important that from the region, with the support of ECLAC, we establish a follow-up mechanism to the agreements in Seville. This exercise will allow us to monitor funding towards development is aligned with our priorities, and in equal terms, we will identify funding gaps towards development, and it will facilitate the implementation of effective cooperation policies. By gathering the second regional meeting of South-South cooperation, let's remember that after 10 years after Addis Abeba, the Seville Conference will also represent a timely way to renew the commitments assumed in the second conference of high level of the United Nations regarding South-South cooperation, PABA +40. Therefore, we are facing an opportunity as a region to ratify the document that South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation must comply with in the post-Seville context, convinced that both cooperation modalities complementing the official aid for development constitute essential vehicles for development within the regional and global context. As we have outlined in the recent 22nd period of sessions of the high-level commitment of South-South cooperation organized by the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation. Equally, the accelerated digital transformation entails us to propel new horizons for South-South and triangular cooperation, fostering innovative associations of collaboration throughout the multi-sector dialogue, multi-level and multi-stakeholder in response to the challenges that are presented by technology and artificial intelligence. For sustainable development, I will highlight the articles within the proposal of Seville referring in 27L, 59E, 59K, 59P, and 61E of the commitment of Seville, under which we emphasize on funding for development of capacities and cooperation within the innovation system related to artificial intelligence. Based on the latter, I wish to summon the following, facing the Seville Conference in the framework of a triangular and South-South cooperation to foster mechanisms and tools to value South-South cooperation in qualitative and quantitative terms that allow us to measure, systematize its contribution with development to propel knowledge networks and exchange of experiences and capabilities, dialogues within peers, and also regional partnerships and interregional partnerships for development. And to urge that the international organizations, the multilateral organizations are to increase its cooperation to South-South cooperation and also triangular cooperation, always complementing the official aid for development to promote in South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, the participation of the subnational governments, academic, private sector, among other stakeholders of development, to strengthen the mandate of the Office of the United Nations for South-South cooperation, entail the global strategy of South-South and triangular cooperation of the United Nations system to increase the contribution from the United Nations system as it is of ECLAC within strengthening the institutional framework, coordination, and promoting South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation at a global and regional level to approach the importance of the emerging technologies as it is artificial intelligence in South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation as they represent a challenge and an opportunity to share knowledge, transfer technology, and develop capacities in science, technology, and innovation. Finally, we invite the countries of the region to take advantage of this regional conference of South-South cooperation of ECLAC as a space to work jointly from South-South and triangular cooperation in the design of this new architecture of international cooperation that will be crucial to attain the development goals and to build a more resilient and equitable future for our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noela. Luz Pereira from Uruguay. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to stress the gratitude to Argentina. Yesterday we did it. It's great that they set the grounds for the joint work that will be continued by Chile and show our support and solidarity in all the work they will conduct. And also to ECLAC for organizing and shouldering the organization of this conference, which is no minor issue. We believe it's very relevant that ECLAC takes this initiative in a world context and regional context where international agencies are being harshly criticized, strongly questioned, and alarmingly ignored. From AUSI and also from Uruguay, of course, we manifest our strong defense to multilateralism, and we will promote it and strengthen it from our position. We're convinced that solutions to the global challenges manifested in the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda and the Compact for the Future are only possible if we work together. No person, no land. We always talk about the person should not be left behind, but the lands either. They should not be left behind either. And it's our responsibility to work for that not to happen. International cooperation is facing, of course, several challenges for which it's necessary to mobilize resources and financing. To that end, we need a restructuring of the financing models that we will approach in Seville, and all the discussion that will take place will be key. The central point will be financing, but there will be other aspects that we also consider to be important to work and discuss. One of them is to strengthen institutionality of cooperation. As we said, this belief of multilateralism and to the global agencies and the rise of extreme political movement makes that both international institutionality as well as institutionality in the countries in terms of cooperation is curtailed. It will be fundamental to change financing and to work with the cooperation agencies and the national cooperation agencies so that they be prioritized, giving them the necessary financial and human resources. It is necessary to strengthen the technical capabilities. A while ago, it was said by the Flaxo representative promoting continuous training of the national teams working in issues of cooperation. We also consider fundamental within the national organization, charge the cooperation levels at the highest possible level. As an example, I'd like to put AUSI. I know that there's others who also are, such as Chile, for example, who depend directly on the presidency of the republic, which gives it the greatest political support an agency may have on a horizontal look of the whole state. With a strong national institutionality where we can strengthen the multilateral spaces that evidently are not, it is the states that conform it and we give it life, those who set the agenda and set the priorities. Another aspect that we consider important is to mobilize technical resources as well as financial resources. In this scenario of cutoffs and diversity, to measure the improvement of South-South cooperation. We addressed it yesterday in a specific panel. I will not expand on that topic because it was addressed at length. But we do consider fundamental to measure it so that the formulation, assessment, design, and execution of the cooperation actions go in the direction we need and with a clear objective that we define. Thirdly, we've also talked about it at large, but it's important to mention it again. The generation of new partnerships, multi-stakeholder, multi-level, horizontal, mutual benefit and shared benefit partnerships are indispensable to attain the common objectives we've set for ourselves. Everything says that for 2030 we will not have reached the SDGs where more than a third of the goals are stagnant or reversed. The fight against inequalities, hunger, poverty, and the protection of the planet are constant. We cannot take for granted any achievement. Reaching one goal is not sufficient. We need to maintain it. Here we want to mention the importance of the search of new partnerships. And even though we consider very important this space in ECLAC, we consider that this agency should promote a more fluent dialogue with the other 4 economic commissions, Africa and Asia Pacific, and Asia, and also European, and look for synergies amongst them. We must also find partners in the private and philanthropic sector, breaking some pre-established concepts. We've talked with some colleagues, but the private sector often sees the state as a mere regulator that prevents them to free their activity and whose interests are very far from their own. On the part of the public sector, very often we see the private sector as a dissociation, as if the interest was to generate a benefit. We believe that is not the case, and it is possible to stimulate synergy between the public and private sector to obtain financial resources that we're not obtaining in a different way. Finally, we would not like to leave academia behind and look for multi-stakeholder partnerships. If we want to improve the productive matrix for the leap forward of productivity and quality, we must go into the ecosystem of science, technology, and innovation. Latin America barely wasting 0.5% of GDP in R&D, representing almost 3% of investment at a worldwide level, compared to almost 40% of the Asian region. Given the scant public resources to invest in R&D, it's also necessary to bring the private sector close to academia. for there to be more investment in R&D. The new Uruguayan administration has created the Innova Uruguayan agency that aims to be a catalyst of all the actors of science, innovation, and technology of Uruguay, highlighting the importance that this has for Uruguay. Finally, in the generation of partnerships, we wouldn't want to leave behind the subnational governments. And the most urbanized region in the world, this is Latin America and the Caribbean, and with a specific SDG 11 that talks about sustainable cities, we believe it is fundamental to integrate the local governments to all the cooperation actions we carry forward, which evidently are the level of government that is closest to the citizens. They face problems of access to funding and cooperation. So generating partnerships with subnational governments, we believe is another way to reach the grassroots in a more direct way. Finally, it was addressed by Blue. They show multidimensional metrics and the graduation criteria. It is evident that GDP in itself is not sufficient to measure the development of a country. We must resort to other variables. Numbers in this sense are clear. The Gini index that quantifies inequality and the income distribution of wealth within the population in Latin America is one of the most unequal regions in the world. We've achieved some progress, but it's not enough. The criterion usually takes GDP added to a great inequality and the distribution of wealth gives us as a result that this criterion and the way of measuring our development covers structural inequalities that affect the most vulnerable part of the population. Poverty, access to a decent housing, access to permanence and quality education system that prepares our children and adolescents for the future. Weak health systems and poor access to cultural services and public services are some of the challenges we face. Uruguay, for example, is a country qualified since 2013 as a high-income country. Nonetheless, according to the latest measurement of the National Statistics Institute published a month ago, calculated to a new methodology based on a multidimensional poverty approach, that Uruguay, 17.8% of the population is in situation of poverty. The data also shows strong age difference. 32% of the children under 6 are poor compared to 3.6% of the persons older than 65, which confirms a persistent phenomena of that poverty is in the children. Latin America is not different in this situation. As to housing, Uruguay has a deficit of 70,000 houses and 5,000 persons are homeless. It is evident that GDP per capita of $23,000 as Uruguay in itself does not explain the development of a country. There's still lots of work to do, and cooperation is indispensable. Besides, as the colleague who said, I'd like to highlight the work done next to cover the multidimensional aspects of development in transition, which is key for Uruguay. A few days ago, we participated with Argentina for a call-out organized jointly with OECD, where Argentina participated with Spain. To sum, these are key elements, as we have said: strengthen institutionality of cooperation, improve efficiency and efficacy of cooperation, generation of multi-stakeholder, multi-level partnerships, and continue to discuss multidimensional metrics to accelerate the transition to development. These are key elements that we need to continue to discuss and take to Seville for today. Seville is an opportunity to pass on the distance to this complex in complement with other modalities of cooperation. Without cooperation, we will never achieve full development, and without it, we will be ever farther away from being a more fair, egalitarian, tolerant societies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Luis. Le damos la palabra.
Thank you very much, Luis. We give the floor to Juanita. Benito Whitley from the British Virgin Islands. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, a pleasant good afternoon. The Caribbean context going into the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development is that while the Caribbean is largely middle income, the sub-region is facing high debt, limited fiscal space, insufficient growth in many countries, high climate vulnerability, economic vulnerability, and lack of access to critical development financing and investment. These issues are common for many small island developing states, who the international community have acknowledged are a special case for sustainable development in view of their small size, remoteness, narrow resource and export base, and exposure to global environmental challenges. This is reflected in the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, agreed in May 2024, which outlines the priorities and ambitions for SIDS to build resilient economies, foster safe and healthy societies, ensure a secure future, and achieve environmental protection and planetary sustainability with international support. Like other developing countries, what Caribbean countries have been seeking are adjustments to the international financial architecture that was not designed to meet the needs of SIDS that are really microstates when compared to the major nations of the world. The Bridgetown Initiative, led by Barbados, was introduced in 2022 with a view to achieving a paradigm shift in scaling capital flows and reshaping the financial system to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and spur climate action. It is the ongoing economic and financial impacts of the climate crisis on SIDS that prompted this push for change. The Bridgetown Initiative has prompted some helpful action for developing countries with regard to more flexible financial instruments and borrowing arrangements, but it has not solved all problems. As a part of the SIDS family, the Caribbean has engaged in the FFD4 negotiation process under the broader SIDS umbrella group, the Alliance of Small Island Developing States. There appears to be some positive developments as negotiations continue. I welcome that there will be a commitment to provide greater access by SIDS to concessional financing and grants on the basis of their vulnerability. In this regard, the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index will be critical. I welcome that there will also be support for the SIDS Center of Excellence to assist SIDS with debt management and sustainability, as well as support to SIDS with respect to technology and innovation. These measures will benefit the Caribbean. However, it is not yet clear what the response plan by the UN development system will be to support middle-income countries more generally. What this response plan looks like will be very important for the Caribbean. In terms of the international financial system, SIDS need access to correspondent banking, as well as fair and affordable financial instruments to raise capital to support their growth and development. Climate financing is also very, very urgent to build the resilience needed to cope with climate change. There is a very real gap in financial instruments that exists. In the capital markets, for example, the minimum ticket for bond issuances by banks is $500 million US. This cuts out very small Caribbean governments that often require less than $500 million at a time. The British Virgin Islands, for example, has only needed up to $200 million at a time to fund projects based on our capital needs. As it stands now, we have to rely on traditional term loans at rates of nearly 7%. This is unjust. The alternative is the use of development banks. However, at some banks, such as the Caribbean Development Bank, whose capital is sourced from donor countries and OECD countries, the British Virgin Islands does not qualify for concessional financing despite our vulnerability. We are hoping FFD will help to resolve this problem. I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Development Bank of Latin America that has demonstrated flexibility and an interest in finding solutions to the borrowing problem of middle and high-income countries that require concessional financing for climate resilience and sustainable development. CAF is the kind of South-South financial institution that we need. There are also non-financial issues that FFD4 can help to address. International trade barriers are a problem for the Caribbean and other SIDS. We are all aware of the tariff issue. The ongoing trade wars have unfolded at exactly the time that SIDS need enhanced market access to boost trade. Trade and economic growth in the Caribbean is also held back by limited regional transportation links. Regional transportation and shipping are highly expensive, and we do not have the economies of scale to lower costs. We need to find creative solutions. Some of the measures coming out of FFD4 can enable and support the Caribbean to overcome these challenges. Finally, Excellencies, we must remind ourselves what financing for development is fundamentally about. It is about mobilizing the financial resources to support sustainable development. As an international community and as a region, we have agreed that the Sustainable Development Goals are the aspiration for all of humanity. However, the Caribbean is way off course in achieving these goals. 28% of indicators are moving away from target. 32% of indicators are moving in the right direction, but very slowly. 22% of indicators have insufficient data to measure, and just 18% of indicators have met the target. It is a combination of financing, policy adjustments, and technical assistance that will help the Caribbean to accelerate implementation of the SDGs. South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation must complement the outcomes of FFD4 by helping to close gaps that will remain unaddressed. Technical assistance in particular and financing where needed to assist middle-income countries in achieving their development aspirations should be a priority. It will be important to assess where South-South cooperation will add value after the FFD4 conference. Let us ensure that no one is left behind, including, I might add, the associate members of ECLAC. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Benito. Ahora tiene la palabra José Luis Pimentel.
Thank you, Benito.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning.
En primer lugar,
Special greetings in the first place for the Argentinian presidency and the great work throughout these last 3 years, and the incoming presidency with which we expect to work broadly throughout the upcoming years. Before I begin my intervention, I wish to officially greet, and from the Spanish International Development Agency for Development, Anton Leis, I wish to convey his message. Dear authorities, colleagues, friends from Ibero-American Cooperation, it's an honor for the Spanish Development Cooperation Agency, ICID, to be with you in the second session of South-South Cooperation for Latin America and the Caribbean. We are in a key moment of crisis, but of great opportunities, a moment in which South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation might be considered as the drivers of strategic partnerships, horizontal and innovative, capable of responding efficiently to the enormous challenges of sustainable development that the world holds and that we share within this region. Last year in 2024, ISC launched the Triangular Cooperation Program for Latin America and the Caribbean, very aligned with our new law for sustainable development and global solidarity. This program, conceived on innovative basis, seeks to empower partnerships that are transformative, the exchange of knowledge and transfer of good practices that could locate the region, the Ibero-American region, at the center, at the very core of international cooperation. It needs to be similar to what is done in Ibero-America. It's a world benchmark in South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, thanks to the consolidation of those horizontal relationships between all of us and the articulation role of CEGIP with its technical response in global challenges as it is the climate crisis, inequalities, poverty, and all of these topics. CEGIP, together with other multilateral partners, will cover international positioning of these modalities that are so innovative, convinced that they are key to move forward towards the sustainable development goals and to portray a renewed image of international cooperation and the role in concrete of the global south of countries as the players, the main characters, not only as the recipients of cooperation that is horizontal, circular, of mutual benefit, and that enriches us mutually. Let's take advantage of this space to build genuine partnerships, innovative solutions, and ratify the joint commitment of all of us as a just, inclusive, sustainable development for Latin America and the Caribbean. That is our commitment. Thank you.
Gracias. Bueno, un poco por complementar.
Thank you. And to elaborate on the intervention of our director, as you well know, Spain is the host country of this conference of the United Nations, which assumes a large challenge, not only from the viewpoint of organization, but more than 190 delegations, 33 heads of states and government that have already confirmed their presence, together with 4,000 representatives of the civil society, so that you can picture more than 1,500 communication entities within the conference. And on Monday, our position is a common position, the European Union, for the conference, for which we have created a series of groups. One of the goals facing the conference is the one of creating new partnerships with like-minded countries that form part of this effort, of this need of shared prosperity. And as our director was saying, going far from that north-south and building variable geometry with countries of different regions with different capabilities, but with the same goal. In this sense, we will form the platform of Seville, where countries, where allies that wish to go beyond the commitments established within the conference, they are able to go through additional efforts than the one proposed in the conference, and a measurement mechanism that is specific. Among other things, one of the first milestones, for instance, that we have had within the Ibero-American space is the intervention, a joint intervention, multi-dimension of the preparation of the conference and Pretembre Secretariat in Spain for the heads of states of governments that will be held in Spain next year in 2026, has invited to the conference and the participating countries, firstly, to move in relative development metrics within these countries. I will not delve furthermore because we've spoken about the development metrics, but beyond looking into the GDP and many other guidelines that we have discussed with many of the countries sitting here today, and the measures taken by the conference reflect the multi-dimension reality of development And in this sense, the index, the multidimensional index developed by ECLAC for Latin America and the Caribbean, is a milestone for all of our countries. And lastly, to consider the inequality gaps, and especially gender inequality and the vulnerabilities when establishing mechanisms for the concessional funding. As our director pointed out, one of the main instruments or mechanisms to move forward in this logic of financing development is this triangular cooperation program that we have launched 2 years now. We have launched it. We are in this South-South and triangular cooperation space. And the model, the traditional model that we have been working on in triangular cooperation for more than 15, 20 years is overdue. Change is necessary with innovation based on the logic of public innovation. I have added here the model of innovation. It's the example of the hexagon and triangular cooperation. Last year from the Interconnect or Interconecta program, these are unique triangular cooperation models from the region. From the Interconecta model, we obtained an online training called How to Turn Your Team into a Lab. So picture this, more than 1,500 people joined and applied and carried out the course, which reflects the interest, the increasing interest that we face throughout the whole region with public administration, the civil society, academics, to incorporate these aspects of innovation, public innovation. That has entailed us to rethink of triangular cooperation, looking at collaboration. It's not only cooperation that always has that north-south sign in which one helps the other, but of collaboration within many countries with a horizontal logic in which all countries learn throughout the process with a multi-stakeholder focus, where triangular cooperation has been highly based in technical assistance within governments. This is very limited, for which we must incorporate other sorts of stakeholders from the academic, the civil society, the private sector, from unions, associations, not only from the implementation of actions, but the design in itself. On the other hand, with an intensive use of technology, and we have learned this from the pandemic, that it gives us the ability nowadays to be much more efficient and not having to spend many times of unnecessary travel. And not only having meetings, but platforms, collaboration, platforms, tools, collaborative digital tools that we have readily available that allow us to generate spaces of co-creation, design and innovation, public innovation that are truly efficient.
And finally, and this we see with financing, agile mechanisms of collaboration and cooperation. The traditional cooperation schemes are excessively slow to respond to the challenges that we face in the region today. It takes us a year to agree, a year in formulating, and we start to work the third year when none of us is still in our institutions. Yet, we need to generate financing mechanisms that will allow us not in a year or 6 months, but in 15 days to start a project from the moment it is designed in the rationale of co-creation, cooperation, multi-stakeholder amongst them all. And for that, we need to devise innovative forms of financing, instruments that will allow us to execute the resources with rapidly so that they respond to the need. We thus hope to respond to this rationale that's been taken by the regional cooperation, not only in Latin America, but intra-regional as well, and strong commitment of Spanish cooperation to this conference. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, José Luis.
Thank you, José Luis. Martín.
Buenos días para todos y todas.
Good morning, everyone. One greeting from Secretary General de Salamanca and the Secretary for Cooperation, Ambassador Larios, for you all. We have prepared a somewhat different presentation than we usually do from SEGIP. Even though we don't have the wisdom and the institutional power that ECLAC has in terms of generating data and regional perspectives, and so far as South-South cooperation, we are always focused on data and figures, and we are quite neutral and aseptic, as very often characterizes multilateral agencies. Yet, at this time, given the context of the conference and given the space we have here in ECLAC, that always invites us to reflect about the challenges, how far we want to go. Someone talked about the psychological role of looking at ourselves. Within the South-South cooperation team, we try to systematize some trends that we have been seeing recently in the past years or months within South-South cooperation at the global level and some specific aspects of Ibero-American cooperation, with the purpose of giving you input, ideas, or your thoughts in these weeks prior to Seville. So these are not institutional positions from SEGIP, but these are ideas, some elements, and input for you from the technical team in the field of technical cooperation. So we have grouped in 5 big trends that we see in South-South cooperation. Some we like, others we don't. But we cannot but share it with you, and that's why we wanted to bring them to you today. First of all, something that we saw about the multidimensionality of development and how that is contributing to multidimensional tools in the measurement of South-South cooperation. And there we want to mention at least 3 elements. The availability of data and tools to process those data that we currently have is much better than in the past. And in the Ibero-American region, we have the possibility of dealing with a series of projects and initiatives with South cooperation of a certain magnitude. It's the most important database in the world in terms of a regional cooperation. It's more than 10,000 initiatives and projects combined with the current tools of artificial intelligence gives us opportunities to make the best of that information in a much more powerful way than before and with a more interesting processing capacity. Secondly, we have technical and political advance that's very relevant in terms of that capacity to collaborate amongst the multilateral agencies to generate together agreements, partnerships, interoperability, joint information. That has been touching a specific panel. We have seen the significant process at the level of PONCAR and ECLAC, process with which SEGIP cooperates from the very start of this process. Everything that happens in the area of OECD that we TOST and what we develop at an Ibero-American space. So an element in which we're working right now is to create a generation of a multidimensional index for South-South cooperation that takes, on the one hand, the quantitative perspective of the amount of projects and cooperation initiatives that have been handled since the start of the report on South-South cooperation 17 years ago. That is the amount of projects being developed, adding 3 dimensions. On the one hand, the levels of horizontality of that cooperation. Remember that in those data, we register whether the role is an offering or recipient of the initiative, or whether it's a role where there is a balance between teaching and learning and that process. We measured that historically, but now we can incorporate into that measurement. And two variables are what we have entitled the amplitude of countries with which that cooperation takes place, a diversity of the strategies and the capacities of the country to cooperate. And finally, the level of complementarity, the breadth of that thematic cooperation and how many topics the country can cooperate and try to put them in a multidimensional index. This has just been started. We presented it to the technical teams of the countries. They will consider it now more in depth. They will make their comments. We will make new versions. It will take greater sophistication and technical work, political approvals, and so this 18 months we have from here to the 2026 summit, we hope to reach with an operational index and version that can be used by the international community that has a richer interpretation of those cooperation data. So this, first of all, this trend of multidimensionality of the dimension of South-South cooperation that goes with that multidimensionality of development that has technical correlation, but also political impulse that will be reflected in a significant way. Secondly,
Siempre políticamente
a topic that's always politically complex, but based on the literature and the analysis of the global discourses on South-South cooperation, we see greater convergence right now between the principles and practices of South cooperation and the traditional aid for development. What we see is that these are movements in both senses. That is, traditional cooperation has become more South-South, and South-South cooperation in some elements also incorporates aspects of traditional aid for development. Thus, different processes are combined in different directions that find certain points of convergence, sometimes articulated and peaceful, others with greater tension and politically conflicted, but to show points of encounter. The evident reduction of the global funds for cooperation to development in the traditional sense is given. And let us remember, sometimes we lose perspective that the Trump government's decree that officialized the reduction of the funds to USAID and other specific agencies. I don't know whether you have it present, but it's May 28th. It hasn't been a month. And yet the impact and the consequences of all this is something we're seeing in a very significant way in all the international arena. But we're all suffering, seeing and imagining an impact not only in the capacity of action of that cooperation, but a significant drop of its legitimacy as instrument to obtain effective development results. This is also combined with a more historical process of several decades that strongly associated South-South cooperation to an aspect of more geopolitical position of the global South, the idea of the third world, the non-aligned movements with the global South, where South-South cooperation was the quintessence of that process, of those global guidelines, of that international position of the countries of the South. There was the South-South cooperation, it was because of the geopolitical process. Yet South-South cooperation in the last 2 decades particularly has suffered some dilemmas of success, which is the effectiveness of the results of position to just a concrete instrument to attain effective solutions for development. And so its pertinence, its usefulness, its relevance has invaded, has contaminated other mechanisms and forms of cooperation. So many of the elements that are characteristic and central of that South-South cooperation now have an influence, a breadth of incidence much greater than before, when it was circumscribed to a more political nature. So that traditional dichotomy that we had, that everything that happened and the tackle that was defined, that was prioritized, or it was measured, the countries that participated was one thing. And then the rest of the world of cooperation, NODAC was different. Now we see more joint instances, mutually combined and mutually contaminated, that to a much richer and interesting process to analyze. For 15 years now, we registered international debate on the efficacy of that cooperation and about the priorities, how it's founded, and the impact in the development of cooperation. We analyzed many of the main international cooperation development journals, the most influential at an international level. Some of the 14 journals with special follow-up to 15 or 16 days before coming, this idea of sharing some things to have some propagation. We reviewed these 4 journals, quarterly development policy, the European Journal of Development Research, all the articles in the last year, 335. You know how many of those were centered in South-South cooperation in Latin America? One paper, one article. Secretary to say that Ibero-American cooperation is the best kept secret of cooperation, international cooperation. I like that sentence, but at the time I started to make a version that's more Machiavellic of that sentence, which means sometimes it would seem that South-South cooperation of our region is the best hidden success of cooperation to development. So there is a sort of epistemological fight about what that impact of South-South cooperation to development is that is changing very strongly, and our intuition is that in the coming years it will change even further. Third trend that we see. This is more applied to the Ibero-American countries. According to our data, American countries are cooperating in ever more topics with a level of technical depth in those topics that is much more sophisticated, but also they tend to cooperate with less amount of countries simultaneously. This is something new, and it's interesting, we believe. The multidimensionality of development that we saw initially also refers to the complexity of all the components which constitute or account for or make it possible to advance the development. So how do we act each one of those components regarding the generation of a supply of cooperation broader, more sophisticated and technically accurate, and countries have been able to develop it, and there has been a growing breadth of topics with a verticality, a depth that is also much more sophisticated.
That makes us with equal resources and the countries to choose the development of the amount of projects that they can entail. Therefore, if before they used to cooperate with 12 countries, now it's 7 or 8, because those capacities are more or less constant with those resources, and the sophistication has its impacts as well. 2 more elements regarding this trend. One is that we observe South-South and triangular cooperation possibilities elsewhere, and Ibero-American to other global regions, to Africa, with enormous potential. We believe that that potential is stronger than what we thought. I'll give you just one example in this regard. SEGIP manages with the funds of the Portugal government, Africa, only circumscribed to Africa, and it's a very important project for SEGIP. But it's regarding a certain amount of euros, and the summoning for that initiative, which was quite open to many topics, allowed us to receive 356 proposals, 356 proposals of triangular cooperation between institutions, Ibero-American institutions, Portuguese institutions, and Africa with a broader importance than Brazil, which we expected to have a larger importance in that issue. That is confirmed, but there's at least other 12 countries in the region willing to develop triangular cooperation in this regard. As you may know, the triangular cooperation projects imply 3 points, 3 roles, 3 axes, but they do not imply 3 stakeholders. In each one of these points, we have many stakeholders, 2 universities, 2 hospitals, health ministry, and so forth. So if we sum up all of the institutions involved in more than 356 projects, they go beyond 1,100 Ibero-American institutions that are Portuguese, Africa, involved in writing, ratifying, and going through all the forms and presenting an initiative. There's a capacity and a demand that is much more important towards these regions. There's also a sophistication within that supply in which countries starting to identify for what type of cooperation will I use certain instruments, what cooperation seems to be more appropriate, suitable, effective for certain types of issues. Certain modalities, bilateral or regional, or for triangular cooperation, we see important differences depending on the tool and the cooperation to be maintained. We expect a broader cooperation, deeper, but with less intensity. Fourth,
La dificultad de incorporar
there's one issue, which is the difficulty of adding multiple stakeholders in the many offers to participate. We believe that research centers, civil society, the private sector, and the foundations will progressively have important power within this cooperation, particularly in triangular cooperation, the way, the challenge that the countries face and how they articulate that those multiple stakeholders with the conventional mechanisms. It's a very important talent, and that's where we have found very outstanding differences within the region. The innovative focus can be pointed out by Luis, and the hard time they've had to define it, because finding these mechanisms, having the traditional tools sets the countries within the talent of seeing that cooperation of being increasingly diverse, complex, and they need to apply different stakeholders that are not necessarily at a state level, need to respond at a broader level, and they don't have the management or the political institutionality to be able to respond to them. The countries that are capable of processing the internal institutional might be the most successful in that process. So the foreign affairs ministries and the cooperation agencies maintain the strategies that define and have the capacity of a more decentralized to different instruments. It's a challenge that will stress on cooperation in the last years. Lastly, in that line, the representative of Uruguay mentioned this in a few interventions. The world of cooperation is changing very quickly, and the capacity of national and multilateral organizations to transform ourselves at a speed that is efficient, acceptable for that process is one of the challenges that we face. It's always necessary to transform yourself and to adapt, but public policies in Latin America historically shows that there are 3 institutions that are the hardest to transform. This is the army, the educational system, and the foreign affairs ministries. We are convinced that it's when the institutionality of the foreign affairs policies in the broader sense of the countries, it's the ones that have the largest challenges to be able to respond quickly, efficiently, and maintaining the relevance that we all require in this field. Apologies for my lengthy output.
Muchas gracias, Martín.
Thank you, Martín. We give the floor to Federico from OECD.
Sí, perfecto. Entre todos, muchas gracias a CEPAL para...
Thank you very much to ECLAC for inviting us to this important event, and greetings to all of the colleagues. It's a pity not being able to join you in Santiago, and also congratulating Argentina for their presidency and congratulating the new presidency, and Spain, Mexico, and the co-facilitators of the process of Seville to attain a very important commitment in a very complicated moment. I'll try to speak 5 to 7 minutes. I won't repeat. I'll try to not repeat what others have already mentioned, but I think it's important to bring up the fact that we have heard of a consensus regarding the need of innovating, reimagining international cooperation that is based on a reflection here in the Development Center together with ECLAC and others. We began many years ago. It's important to stress the role of leadership that Latin America and the Caribbean has had in that sense. Regarding a new cooperation model and a new development model, as the British Virgin Islands representative mentioned, it's one of the measures for sustainable development. We need to rethink on our development model too. Regarding the multidimensional metrics in the going beyond GDP, this not only allows us to measure in a more accurate way the vulnerabilities of countries, it also enables measuring good aspects that the GDP does not look into. Once we are able to measure natural assets, or similarly, we will increase the capacity of countries having access to funds. I think that's an important shift in the debate of the beyond GDP and metrics. It's not only to say we need to identify the vulnerabilities of countries of middle income or middle higher income, but there are also sources of possible funding that is not measured accordingly. It could help countries to have access to more resources under concessions. And the Seville conference will take place in a complicated moment. It's not only multilateralism that is into question, but also a downfall of the resources to fund development. If we look at the FDI, the total of FDI dropped to 8%. If we look at aid to development, for the first time ever in 6 years, the aid for development in OECD countries had a downturn from 7% in 2024. This implies we have a situation in which two of these sources, important sources of funding, have a downward trend that reflects the geopolitical context, the issue of trade protectionism, and the uncertainty that this change of policies implies for investors. What can we do in this framework in order to be at the forefront of the agendas that we're discussing in this conference of South-South and Triangular Cooperation? From the Center of Development, we will go to Seville with 5 ideas. I like saying that many of these ideas are shared and co-produced with ECLAC or CEGIP. The first idea is that we require to change the way in which we assess the opportunities, the investment opportunities. Many developing countries in Africa and also Latin America are facing an investment cost that is too high, and this also reflects perceptions. The Development Center, for this reason, together with other partners, are working in order to improve the information regarding the investment ecosystems in developing countries. We will start by Africa, but the idea is to also be in other regions to present governments so that the rating agencies and investors to have solid information, and it could contribute to reducing the cost of capital. This is also being done with the IDB and many countries of Latin America. I am very glad to see that in the commitment of Seville, the role of public banks is also recognized. We're looking into how these public development banks can be bridges to facilitate access from SMEs. That is regarding the mobilization of funding in which the Latin American countries, but also Africa and Asia have very relevant experiences that we can emphasize on. The second front, or the second message that we are going to include or convey in Seville, is that we need to look into partnerships, as Uruguay and many others have pointed out. And here there is an important matter, bringing stakeholders that contribute to blending. Everyone speaks of blending finance. Countries who require don't receive it. So working jointly with the development financing institutions, development banks and institutions will be important, and we will launch a partnership of all the stakeholders so they can work in a coordinated way. The third important message is beyond GDP. It's something that we are working jointly with Spain, UNCTAD, SEGIB, ECLAC, and others, AUDA-NEPAD, CAF, and PAO, and the Global Agency of Beyond GDP. We have a mandate toward the future in which we will develop new metrics beyond GDP. We think it's important to maintain the two efforts and doing them from one side, to work on the metrics that are more important and how they can be used in the policy making in domestic terms, and how these metrics can be used to rethink of international cooperation of development and having access to funding, concessional finance.
The fourth message is the topic of reinforcing the capacities of the public sector. I've been working with several stakeholders, countries, Italy, Kenya, Norway, South Africa, Canada, and others, to launch action in Seville to stimulate a more significant investment for capacity building in sector public in different areas of funding for development, the management of the debt and of new debt instruments, sustainability bonds, green bonds, blue bonds, etc. Second, the topic of fiscal management. Third, investment, how to develop bankable projects. And fourth, not less important, the issue of integrity. That allows me to reconnect to the fifth message and my last message, which is the issue of the taxing morale and reformulating or rethinking fiscal systems in developing countries, particularly in middle-income countries. Our studies tell us that there's many countries where tax collection over GDP is less than 15%. And with that level of public resources, it is not possible to fund investment nor spending. We are working with the support of AC, to look of how to support the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in thinking their fiscal system so that these systems may also promote a culture of payments of taxes, what we call tax morale. These are the 5 messages that we'll bring up in Seville. And in these messages, as I said, we work very closely with Ibero-American institutions, lots of them. But our objective is to leave this agenda from Latin America, as the representative for Uruguay just said. We have an opportunity to work with other economic commissions of the UN, other sectors in Asia and Europe, because this is a shared agenda. And that's our ambition, to work in a horizontal, all-inclusive way so that in the follow-up of Seville, we may implement and monitor these new initiatives. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for my Spanish, which is a very Italian style, but it would be worse if I spoke in English. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Federico. Bueno,
Thank you very much, Federico. Dear colleagues, we have heard the very valuable perspectives on the challenges and opportunities presented by the 4th Conference of Financing for Development for our region. We must remember that it's only 5 years for the end of the term of the SDGs. The advances, the achievements are insufficient. Developing countries need at least $2.4 billion per year to invest in climate action, apart from the $3 billion which are necessary to reach the SDGs. With only 23% of the targets on the way to be met, Latin America and the Caribbean, the urgency of our discussions become even more relevant. That is why I would like to give the floor to the delegations present here for the comments and thoughts about the topics touched. And I will start by the person who asked for the floor virtually, Sergio Binocul, Director of Cooperation of Costa Rica. Please, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Costa Rica considers that the Seville Conference must definitely set a turning point in the financing for development. Nevertheless, even though in spite of the international context we're living in our country, we conceive cooperation and funding for development as a complement to the responsibility we have to develop public policies that are responsible in terms of quality spending, of quality of the spending, the trade and investment policies, productivity, competitiveness, sustainability of the debt, quality of the education and environmental policies. The Seville Conference is a unique opportunity to confirm the relevance of developing indicators that go beyond GDP with the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, and to establish that these indicators should be applicable not only for the concessional funding, but also for official aid for development. In the framework of SEGIM, we've conducted relevant work in achieving consensus in these topics in the framework of the mandate adopted from the Cuenca Equator Agreement. This was published in a paragraph of the consensus. We articulated with the working groups in which we participated in the UN, and there's also an intervention made by the Secretary of State of Spain in the 4th preparatory meeting of the conference. In that mandate, a working group was constituted, co-chaired by Brazil and Costa Rica, who stimulated the discussions. In this process, we equally count with inputs from ECLAC, through a seminar held in Santiago. No doubt, it was a significant contribution in the framework of the work conducted. Notwithstanding the importance of the multidimensional vulnerability index, it is important to consider other indicators that exist or that may be developed, considering the different reality of the developing countries. These new indicators should be linked, as was said before, with the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, We clearly know that the construction of new metrics or their acceptance at a worldwide level is not an easy task. It takes time, particularly access to official data, but it is a need that needs to be prioritized and which we need to advance at a multilateral level to thus have an impact on other fora or international or regional banks. From this perspective, focus of transitional development that starts from multidimensional development is extremely useful. And this approach precisely has been developed and enriched with the contributions of ECLAC, the Center for Development of OECD, and also CEGI. It is important that the funding and cooperation be aligned with national priorities. We consider that the fragmented programming of cooperation that's not aligned or conditioned can generate inefficiencies or even distortions in the public policies. And we need to have actions to prevent this. On the concessional funding, we consider this important to expand the access and improve the conditions of the loans. Concessional credit should not substitute official aid for development, which continues to be crucial for the countries. We suggest to consider additionally the use of innovative instruments such as the green bonds, blue bonds, and the debt swaps for development or nature. The investment of our countries in maintaining and preserving the natural capital, including resources such as water, forest, and energy, the way we are doing in many countries of the region, should be recognized by the banks when considering the financial conditions. The mobilization of the resources of the private sector is important. We've talked very much in the different preparatory meetings of Seville about joint financing, but one must also pay attention to the issue of public-private partnerships for development, which are essential for the mobilization of private resources at a national level. Likewise, South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation have an essential role to play, but need to be considered as complementary and not as substitutive of official aid to development. The role of the middle countries as recipients, but also of offering cooperation should be recognized. The participation of the United Nations and agencies such as ECLAC strengthen the quality of the follow-up, contribute contextualized data, and generate more useful recommendation for the transitioning countries. From this perspective, it is important that the work started by the General Secretary of the United Nations in the framework of the commitments of the Pact for the Future can be developed successfully, also take into account the region, and that we may count with the participation of experts within this work that's being undertaken by the Secretary General. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Colombia has the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. From Colombia, we would like to mention that the fourth Conference on Financing for Development that will take place in Seville in a couple of days is a great opportunity to reorient our development priorities and adjust them to the current context of climate, migratory, and social crisis. The vulnerability that we're facing needs to be taken with great responsibility, commitment, and urgency from a perspective of solidarity and horizontality. Yes, but also from the principle of shared responsibilities, but differentiated, that social justice and redistribution as a ruling principle. Countries cataloged as middle income and high middle income, only considering the level of income and GDP, continue to be faced with significant gaps of development within our territories and directly affecting our communities. In the case of Colombia, we continue with the challenge of keeping the total peace that's long-lasting and sustainable. So as the colleague from Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, Costa Rica, Argentina, and Peru have mentioned, we need with urgency and a very certain way to be multidimensional metrics to measure development that has a holistic measurement of the different problems and challenges we have for progress and in our society, not only economic ones. We cannot settle with having an index or a battery of multidimensional indicators agreed upon. We need to go beyond that. This is a valuable step ahead, but we need in parallel work in a regional way and agree in a strategy so that those metrics be taken into account in the decision-making process when assigning financial resources, technical and technological resources that will make it possible to advance in our challenges. Within the framework of Colombia, we support the Spanish initiative and many other countries called Beyond GDP that aims to join efforts to this common appeal and find alternatives to make it a reality. Finally, we would like to share that from ABC Colombia, we will be present in the conference apart from the main agenda, and multiple side events, our own and others with partners such as ECLAC, UNCTAD, Mexico, Spain, EULAC Foundation, Brazil, Portugal, Switzerland, South Africa, Morocco, OECD. And these spaces are intended to find synergies, to find partnerships and innovative mechanisms of financing that leverage cooperation and creating the path for models and practices that are more just, resilient, and who care that care for the planet. Guatemala.
Creo que la había solicitado primero Honduras.
I think Honduras requested it before me. Thank you, Guatemala. Well, I want to thank the panel for such an important panel. We are in a decisive moment, a few days before the heads of state and government of the countries meet in Seville, Spain, with the purpose of renewing our collective commitment towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and equitable future for everyone. In this summit, we have the opportunity of strengthening the mechanisms of financing to make them more innovative, which are essential for the attainment of the SDGs, guaranteeing that no one is left behind. The fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, no doubt, will be a key milestone in the global efforts to attain the goals that we have proposed in the 2030 Agenda and the new framework of the Agreement for the Future, Act for the Future. This event gives us a unique opportunity to advance the implementation of a financial system that not only promotes economic growth, but strengthening environmental sustainability, social inclusion, the reduction of inequalities, which are fundamental pillars for the construction of more resilient societies.
It's necessary to approach financing for development from an integral perspective. We can't consider economic development as an isolated purpose. It must be in hand with social justice and protection of the environment. In the same way, we require a graduation model for the middle income countries that considers the vulnerabilities in multi-sectors and the structural challenges that we face as countries that go way beyond the traditional indicators as it is per capita income. Only in this way will we guarantee a just and efficient distribution of the official development or aid for development. And we recognize the Ibero-American Secretariat's work, SEGIP, and the work performed by the Development Group in Transition, whose efforts have been crucial and valuable to elaborate the document of the declaration that we will adopt in Seville. This document will reflect our priorities and proposals to work jointly towards a global financial system that is just, fair, and efficient. In this dialogue space, Honduras calls the international community. Let's reunite to build a financial system that is fair, equitable, and transparent, and that guides the development processes of our countries, always respecting sovereignty and self-determination of the peoples. This is our historical opportunity to reformulate the financial architecture internationally and to strengthen the bonds within our nations, ensuring future generations larger development. It's a moment to act with determination, with solidarity, and with a firm commitment of reaching sustainable development for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora sí, Guatemala.
Thank you very much. Guatemala, the floor is yours.
Cada uno de los panelistas.
Thank you. I want to thank each one of the panelists for such relevant information provided. It's an honor for Guatemala to participate in this relevant work table that links international cooperation with the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. This space fosters a dialogue to share reflections and to progress together towards a more effective, sustainable, and fair cooperation. Guatemala provides special priority in international cooperation. This cannot be understood as a simple exchange of resources, but as an exercise in which we need to relate its transformation, its mutual respect, and co-responsibility. In this line, throughout many national institutions, we have participated actively in the preparation of the 4th conference, elevating our position at a national and in representation of regional groups. The current global scenario faces a considerable decrease, though economic development informed that in the year 2023, the official aid for development reached $223.3 billion, a record figure. It also highlights that more than half of the countries, the member countries of the Aid Committee for Development, decrease its contribution in real terms. In fact, according to the Conference of the United Nations regarding trade and development in the year 2022, our AOED decreased for more than 70 countries, developing countries that represent more than 3 billion people. This would sets a direct challenge into the implementation of the 2030 agenda. The success of the conference will lie upon the political willingness of the developed countries to be committed in the longer term with 0.7% of their per capita income to the AOD. We don't only need figures, we need accountability systems and alignment, robust alignment with the development proposals. The conference will only have a real impact if the worldwide leaders assume a firm and tangible commitment. It is necessary to have leadership with structural reforms to foster international cooperation, which is more dynamic and guarantees that the efforts achieved are not only to stay in Cebu, but to outreach each one of the territories where development is still a national priority. As an example of these reforms, Guatemala in April 2024 approved the Code of Ethics of the executive organ and for public officials, promoting transparency and struggling against corruption. And as a government, we need to look into the needs of our citizens, reaffirming our commitment with development. At a global level, it is urgent to look into funding mechanisms. This implies to increase investment with national resources to move private capital, internal approaches, and public-private partnerships without leaving aside transparency and accountability. The OECD estimates that more than 80% of the financial global flows are provided by the private sector, but these are not completely aligned with the SDGs. That's why the final document of this conference must propose clear strategies to draw private investment towards strategic sectors to ensure that investments are sustainable and also profitable. Additionally, we must review the AOED allocation so that strictly economical factors are to exclude countries based on their inequality, economic inequality. We must also look at macroeconomic factors. Guatemala proposes 3 key strategies to guarantee that this conference is to be a point of reflection, to support politically the technical. If there's no commitment, there's nothing to be done. The reforms entailed by economic leadership are 60% more successful to propel architecture, financial global architecture that is more just and fair. 60% of the countries face risks of more indebtedness, according to the International Monetary Fund. It's the moment to demand fair and accessible conditions to take advantage of the regional powers. ECLAC has said that this increases the negotiation power of the developing countries up to 40%. We must speak with one voice, which is firm and coordinated. Finally, we must establish key goals and forms in which we measure progress. The Intergovernmental Group of Experts of the United Nations estimates that more than 70% of the financial promises are not achieved due to lack of follow-up mechanisms. Finally, Guatemala wishes to express its congratulations due to the recent achievement yesterday in New York in the consensus of the final document of the conference called Commitment of Cebu. And this is great news for multilateralism, and it shows the global commitment for the sustainable development commitment. We take the space to support the draft text and to promote inclusive and effective financing. Peoples cannot wait. International cooperation must be the bridge between urgency and decision, between equality and fairness, and that is built with real, accessible, and transformative without leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Le voy a dar la palabra a la última delegación.
Thank you very much. The floor is for Dominican Republic, which will be the last intervention. First of all, thank you for giving me the floor. From Dominican Republic, we understand from the 4th International Conference to Finance Development, it represents an opportunity, a decisive opportunity to work towards a more fair, sustainable chapter, and the countries require financing mechanisms that are more equitable and adapted to the realities of every context. In that sense, we reaffirm that the strengthening of global partnerships and regional partnerships according to the access to sustainable conditions must constitute a priority which is strategic. We insist at the same time in the need of reviewing the processes of automatic graduation that allow us to have a just and critical for the achievement attained. Finally, we create our support to the initiative Beyond GDP that seeks to foster a more integral, multidimensional, and centered on humans. And we think that we have to go beyond exclusively of the per capita GDP and to express the vulnerabilities, inequalities, and the needs of our countries. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. OMS, por favor, tiene la palabra.
Thank you. OMS, the floor is yours. Greetings to the presiding officers. Dear colleagues, from the Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization, we ratify that health is the basis under which we build resilient, fair, and sustainable societies. In a global context stressed by crisis over not that are sanitary, climate, the PAO sustains, and it's not only a priority, but also a mainstream need for development. The pandemic of COVID-19 left us with different needs, the multilateralism that has to be empowered, and having universal health systems, integrating health in all the public policies. Nowadays, more than ever, international cooperation is not an option, but an urgent need. The World Health Organization and PAHO has worked on the international sanitary rules and to promote the focus beyond the pandemic that recognizes the interdependence between the human health, the animals, and the environment. And also, sustainable development for health is also a key engine for development that is multidimensional. That's why we have innovative mechanisms, as it is the network of national funds for health, and we support the countries in implementing the integrated financial framework. Health must be at the very core of the strategies of economic recovery, of climate change, and social inclusion. Our perspective is clear. There is no development without health, nor health without equity. So we work towards closing gaps, strengthening primary care, and to guarantee for no one to be left behind, especially in the more vulnerable populations. From WHO and PAHO, we wish to ratify the member countries and our support, because only with solidarity, we have scientific evidence and collective action, we will be able to build a future which will be healthier, fair, and more humane for the Americas.
Muchas gracias. OIM tiene la palabra.
Thank you. OIM has the floor.
Muchas gracias por este importante panel y
Thank you for this important panel, and once again for the space, and in the 4th International Conference for Development that will take place in Seville in July 2025. It's necessary to include migration in the debates on social investment, social cohesion, and institutional strengthening. We must look into the development of the role of the Global South and to support the governance framework that is fair, just, and sustainable. The South-South cooperation is, above all, a manifest of solidarity between peoples, and nowadays it's imposed as an urgent need. In this framework, safe, irregular migration is not only a bridge between communities, but also a key motor of sustainable development within our continent. OIM has studies of social and economic impact in order to visualize how migrants are also a motor of development. In this context, the discussion historically on economic capital of the diasporas was based on remittances. That is still a crucial dynamic in the discussion. The discourse has included other mechanisms under which the diasporas can contribute to business and to entrepreneurship, tourism, philanthropy, among other fields. These areas must not be seen as an exhaustive list of the diaspora, but to give a basic idea of the multiple ways in which we can have an active role in social economic contribution from the countries of origin. In this line, remittances and the investment of the diaspora can be taken advantage to have a further development and impact. The labor trade can also be taken advantage to have integrative and sustainable development, to look into the cost of $30 billion per year, funding solutions that are long-lasting and human mobility in the first plane of climate change is essential not only to protect people, but also to protect the economies in general, to make front of these opportunities and going through the commitments of the Global Pact. Internationally, the governments need resources that are coordinated and scalable. Unfortunately, we have scarce data regarding the contribution that the communities make towards sustainable development. For instance, though the figures on the flows of remittances are calculated nationally and internationally, only have a small fraction of the multiple ways in which migrants and the diasporas can impact the country of origin and residency. This lack of data regarding other sorts of contribution had a direct impact in the capacity of states to be able to develop policies based on evidence. As a figure that is larger of governments that adopt policies to propel participation of the diaspora, the general scarcity of data implies that those who make decisions have very little evidence under which they can base and monitor their strategies and programs that frequently are too focused on the flows of remittances due to the protagonism in analytical literature. To approach this issue, OEM has developed two innovative guides. The first one called Contributions and Accountability, that has a menu of options to capture data regarding the contribution of the economy of the diaspora based on the methodology of data recovery that exists within the country. The second one, the toolkit for the mapping the diaspora, that is based on the analysis of more than 150 studies taken place by OEM in all parts of the world, that represents a systematic integral focus, but is very flexible and agile to perform the mapping of the diaspora in different contexts. It's the first tool, the first global tool to guide the professionals of the field that has a high scientific rigorousness from OEM. We look at the efforts and the cooperation South-South as a strategic gateway to look at the challenges that have been shared and to ratify our commitment with this perspective and with the peoples and the migrants of Latin America and the Caribbean to make progress towards policies and responses that are more human, sustainable, and that are at the level of the aspiration of the region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos la última intervención de ONU Mujeres, por favor.
Muchísimas gracias.
The last intervention from UN Women. Firstly, to congratulate the excellent briefing and the panelists that we have had today, and the contribution to reflect regarding the management of cooperation for countries, but also our agencies. As United Nations, as I was pointing out yesterday from UN Women, we have seen a new generation of initiatives of cooperation South-South and triangular, where different stakeholders look into the relevance of this modality to look into further integration processes, regional integration, but also in what is necessary to position the regional agendas, and especially the gender agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. Therefore, we have also taken the reflection that it was made today, and we start thinking of triangulation as a point of convergence. I have stayed with this and thought about this thoroughly, so that the learning processes that are horizontal and to generate knowledge, collective knowledge, and from the agencies that we have generated or contributed together with countries, is to contribute to this moment of rethinking in the multidimension and the sophistication that is being suffered by South-South cooperation, and the development to also think of the challenge of how to include the different stakeholders that are necessary for this process when we speak of the national governments, but subnational, the civil society, movements of women. Therefore, from UN Women, we believe that there is a space so that together with these partnerships, this was mentioned together with this Spanish cooperation agency, and now that I have heard the innovation proposal, practical communities, and the invitation to think, how is it that now building and managing integral systems, care systems that we are supporting deeply, we can also begin to these reflections and practices that can be examples and models of a triangular cooperation that is a bridge. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. El tiempo.
Thank you very much. We have less time for our break. We want to thank each one of the interventions and comments. We are quite aligned. So let's go to Seville, and may our voice be heard. We will invite you to have a break. Yes, I'll give you the floor. Thank you, because firstly, I need to thank you I wish to thank Georgina Tipoletto of Economic Development ECLAC for her moderation and the panelists that have participated in Table 5 towards the 4th International Conference to Finance Development that will take place in Seville in a few days. Just a few lines I want to tell the delegates before the break. Yesterday morning, we handed out the resolution project of this conference, and we received comments yesterday from Argentina, Paraguay, and Peru. Those that are reflected in the version that we have just handed out, and we expect to approve this afternoon. So thank you very much, and we'll see you at 2:30.
Good afternoon, Mr. James. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you, sir. We can see you and we can hear you very clear. You have any presentation or just?
Yes, we have a presentation. My colleague Cynthia will be helping me with the sharing screen on that. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, are you there?
Yes.
Perfect. Cynthia, we have the presentation.
Yeah, let me recording video, but I'm ready.
I cannot hear you clear to you.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying let me recording, but I'm ready to hear.
Okay, if you want, we can test the presentation by your side.
Yeah, let me do that.
Perfect. Okay, it's great. We can see it. Introduction. So it's good. Thank you, Ms. Cynthia.
Okay, so we will join when. It's about time to start.
Yeah. So you can stay connected if you want camera on or off, wherever you want. But stay connected and wait for your turn. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
buenas tardes. Vamos a retomar la reunión de la...
Good afternoon. We're going to recap with our committee. And next, I invite Luis Yanez, Secretary of ECTAC's Commission, to moderate Table 5, strengthening the coordination of the whole United Nations system and South-South cooperation. Luis. Thank you, Chair. This table will be articulated regarding the presentation, effect, origin, and also consequence of the Regional Engagement Plan, a strategy imposed by the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, which seeks to strengthen the cooperation between countries of the Global South, adapting the realities of each region. In Latin America and the Caribbean, this plan promotes regional integration, knowledge exchange, and the implementation of joint solutions facing challenges as it is inequality, climate change, and yet the post-pandemic recovery. It's multi-stakeholder, not only including the government, but social organizations, the private sector, academic, and local stakeholders. Also, the co-creation of innovative solutions and proposing institutional solutions to ensure its continuity and follow-up. Among the key concepts to have regional solutions at a global level, and to strengthen locally and strengthen the United Nations system. This is a plan led by the Office of the United Nations for South-South Cooperation and Dennis Nafka, Head of Intergovernmental Affairs from the United Nations system from this office, who has logged in virtually. Dennis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. May I ask my colleague to upload the presentation that we have for you? Let me start by saying I've made a number of similar presentations, and some of the time I ask the people, do you know about the UN Office for South-South Cooperation? And a follow-up question, do you know what the office does? And from the experience of the answers that I've received in the past, I've always thought it's prudent to start with an explanation of where the mandate for the coordination in the UN system came from. So if we look at the development of technical cooperation among developing countries and South-South cooperation, we of course have the main landmark, which is the 1978 conference, United Nations Conference. From this conference, the member states came up with a plan for implementing technical cooperation among developing countries. And before the conference itself, about 4 years before, a small unit had been created in UNDP to be the secretariat to the conference. And so after the conference, the member states asked the UNDP to continue to host this small unit, and it came to be called as the Special Unit for Technical Cooperation among Developing Countries. So here is the rationale for the Special Unit for Technical Cooperation among Developing Countries. As I have said, the member states had come up with their plan for TCTC. And in that plan, they had recognized that it would be very important to have the UN system, development system, to support that plan. And secondly, for them to know whether the UN system was supporting that plan, they needed an intergovernmental mechanism to monitor the progress with that. So now you have the Special Unit for South-South Cooperation. The member states then established the high-level committee on TCTC to coordinate the intergovernmental process within the United Nations system as a committee of the General Assembly. And then secondly, they designated the then Special Unit for TCDC to be the secretariat to that committee. And so then that way the linkage was created in member states looking to their vision to be fulfilled and using this small team in UNDP to also liaise with the rest of the United Nations system. Now, I will not dwell into what happened between 1978 and 2015, because what is happening currently is mostly driven by the changes that took place in the aftermath of the international community adopting the sustainable development agenda. And at this time, throughout the UN, there was a process to ensure that there's coherency in responding and working for the achievement of the goals of the Sustainable Development Agenda. And in one of these committees within the United Nations system, an interagency mechanism on South-South cooperation was created. Over the years, it has evolved and included up to over 40 UN entities participating in the interagency mechanism. And basically, its main function is to help to bring all the UN development system entities together to better implement South-South and triangular cooperation, to have better coherency. And at the same time, when this was happening, of course, we know that the UN system at the country regional level was changing as well, with new structures in line to respond to the 2030 agenda. And so we come to a point in 2019 when, during the BAPA Plus 40, or the second conference on South-South cooperation that took place in Argentina, member states asked the UN and the Secretary General to put together a system-wide strategy. And so a system-wide strategy was put together, and very quickly, maybe we'll get a chance to go back to it, but its main objective was to have coherent action on South-South and triangular cooperation in the UN system in support of the 2030 agenda. With the plan, you have the principles of solidarity and mutual benefit, along with the other principles of South-South cooperation, reiterated in this system-wide strategy. And some of its characteristics were that it emphasized country ownership in the process of South-South cooperation, a demand-driven approach as well, and alignment with national development priorities, which has become a very important take-off point for those colleagues that work with countries. The strategy also, in addition to enhancing coordination, it had to strengthen institutional capacities of the UN system and to promote knowledge sharing, not to mention the issue of the importance of resource mobilization. And last but not least, it also looked at implementation and monitoring mechanisms, including an action plan, which defined the indicators for monitoring South-South and triangular cooperation. And having this plan in place, I think, has helped a lot in terms of bringing the UN together. And as it was being created and put together, a lot of the members of the interagency mechanism participated in the process. Not only did they participate in preparing the system-wide strategy only, but also in its action plan for monitoring. And subsequently, it was deemed necessary to move forward and put together implementation guidelines, giving very practical steps in each of those areas that I've mentioned, what is South-South cooperation and what is triangular cooperation? What are the principles that we talk about? Where can you find the resources for South-South and triangular cooperation? And so this was put together, and it also had to be within the context of the changes that were happening in the UN system. And so for that reason, we worked very closely with the Development Cooperation Office. When the guidelines were finalized, they were actually issued to the users by the director of the UN Office for South-South Cooperation and the head of DCO here at headquarters. And then to extend this further, we also thought that those who are working with South-South cooperation, instead of them going through the many pages that we had prepared of the guidelines, why not bring to them something that they can access in their own time, knowing that the UN Office for South-South Cooperation by itself would not be able to reach each country office. And so e-modules for that were developed, again, with the support of the interagency mechanism, specifically a select team of people that stepped forward. And in addition to that, because we're using the UN System Staff College, we also had to put some resources, and some of our sister agencies came forward to provide the support for that. Now, I mentioned that one of the most important aspects of having this plan is that at least now we're able to see, monitor what is happening among the UN entities in terms of South-South and triangular cooperation. And most of that information we get from the QCPR surveys by agreement with UNDESA. They included a number of questions on their surveys, which specifically focus on South-South cooperation. And through that, we get information like the establishment of South-South units in the UN entities to lead their implementation of South-South and triangular cooperation. For the country teams, we also are able to see which ones are integrating South-South and triangular cooperation in the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Frameworks and Common Country Analysis. And this information that we get from the QCPR survey, as well as the additional surveys that we do ourselves, we put them in the report of the Secretary General to the member states, highlighting how South-South cooperation is progressing within the United Nations system. So just because we don't have time to go into detail, I'll give you two examples from the last report, whereby we found that 90 UN entities reported they having had South-South cooperation action in 2024. And the previous year, it was 51. Another one is 61% of host governments requested South-South cooperation support in 2024, and that was up from 53% in 2021. So don't get me wrong on this. These are only statistics for the just 2 years. So it does not by any means give a trend, but at least for those years, you can tell what is going on. And as we gather this information, as we continue to monitor the system-wide strategy, we'll then have a body of data that can lead us to more concrete conclusions. Let me go to my last slide now, which is kind of recapping on what I've just been saying, that the high-level committee includes all member states of the United Nations, and it sets the policy on South-South cooperation within the UN system. And the UN Office for South-South Cooperation is the secretariat of the high-level committee, but it also works with the member states through the interagency mechanism. So through this, we are able to be able to coordinate, facilitate South-South and triangular cooperation. My presentation will not be complete if I didn't mention that we also manage trust funds for South-South cooperation. A number of countries, including India, Brazil, South Africa, India, UN Fund, the Perez Guerrero Trust Fund, and then more recently some triangular cooperation, notably the Republic of Korea. All these are managed by the UN Office for South-South Cooperation. And again, in terms of implementing the UN Office for South-South Cooperation works through the other UN agencies in their respective areas of mandate and competency. And also, of course, the UN Office for South-South Cooperation was founded on sharing information, capturing development solutions that are pertinent to South-South and triangular cooperation. And in that regard, we continue to do that with the main platform for that being the South-South Galaxy. Other members of the UN system have also come up with their platforms as well. So having said that, I hope that I've offered a broad perspectives of what we do, and hopefully the colleagues that are going to speak after me will show from the perspective of where they sit, how this overall coordination mechanism helps them, or where we could continue to improve so that it helps for better implementation of South-South and triangular cooperation. And I thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Congratulations for your presentation. Nice to see you again. Roberto Valent, Director Regional para América Latina de la Oficina de Coordinación del Desarrollo.
Valent, Director for Development, has the floor virtually as well. Roberto, may you be very welcome. A big hug, Luis. Above all, Luis, would you rather in English or Spanish? Whatever is best for you. I'll do so in English then.
Colleagues and partners, it is a great privilege really to contribute to this high-level discussion and also to reflect on how the UN Development Coordination Office in Latin America and the Caribbean is advancing in the operationalization of the UN system-wide strategy on South-South and triangular cooperation. We do regard the strategy not as an abstract framework, but as an enabler of practical multilateral action and multilateralism really in action, one that channels regional solidarity into structured cooperation, also rooted in the principles of national ownership, equity, and mutual respect. My intervention today will be offering reflections across three interlinked areas. First, how the strategy has helped consolidate coherence at the regional level, how also the COLAC, the Development Coordination Office, has contributed through concrete partnerships and mechanisms, and also what early insights and opportunities do emerge as we deepen this effort. The strategy has proven catalytic in so many ways in as far as it has aligned UN development action in the region with member states' cooperation priorities, clearly embedding South-South and triangular cooperation more centrally within our integrated planning instruments, particularly the common country analysis and the cooperation frameworks. In the Caribbean and Latin America, where mutual support and peer learning are integral to the region's political and development ethos, the strategies also have helped elevate South-South and triangular cooperation from a programmatic modality to a defining element of how the UN operates. It has shifted the narrative from discrete, often bilateral initiatives to one of shared system thinking and structured collaboration. And we think that that trajectory is the right one. This evolution has been evident through the peer support group, which DCO, Latin America and the Caribbean, also colleagues, where South-South cooperation has been embedded as a consistent dimension of quality assurance in cooperation frameworks reviews. We are also witnessing a growing convergence between country ambition and system-wide integration. And this COLAC engagement with the system-wide coordination mechanisms has really aimed to ensure that the global architecture supports rather than abstracts from it and supports regional entities in so many ways. We have been also active contributors to the UNOSSC-led interagency mechanism on South-South cooperation, bringing to the table the region's experience, lessons learned, and distinctive institutional configurations. And this collaboration has been mutually reinforcing, and we have also co-led cooperation framework reviews, particularly in Guatemala, Panama, Mexico, Uruguay, and several Caribbean countries in close partnerships with the Office of South-South and Triangular Cooperation. These reviews have not only strengthened the UN alignment with the national South-South and Triangular and technical cooperation aspirations, but also help crystallize regional good practices in a more standardized manner. No? So the benefits really are tangible. There is a greater UNCT coherence, more precise articulation of UN value addition, and more reflective also country positioning around national cooperation ecosystems. Insights from the regional survey on the South-South and Triangular cooperation have been already mentioned, but a key milestone in our partnership has been the regional survey, which covers 22 resident coordinators officers in South America, Central America, the Caribbean. And this joint initiative with the Office of South-South Cooperation has generated rich data and sharpened also the understanding of the ecosystem. Another critical dimension of our engagement has been also the capacity building and systems literacy, ensuring that resident coordinators and UN country teams that engage all agencies, funds, programs, and UN secretariat entities in the countries have the necessary also tools and shared understanding to engage systematically on South-South cooperation. A particular valuable milestone in this collaboration has been the regional survey on South-South and Triangular cooperation. Clearly, the findings are reassuring in so many ways. On the one hand, there is a strong signal of government demand. 68% of resident coordination offices report that South-South cooperation is identified as a national priority. Member states are also calling for technical cooperation, knowledge exchange, and support for project implementation. And the South-South cooperation is also already active in areas such as humanitarian response, citizen security, rural development, environmental governance, women economic empowerment. And this confirms its role as a vehicle for addressing complex and also cross-sectoral challenges. At the same time, the survey reveals key structural weaknesses. 68% of RCOs noted that initiatives tend to remain fragmented and agency-led, lacking a coordinated UNCT-level approach. By the end of the day, we need to frame all of these also within the requirement of member states to receive strategic advisory services and to work at the policy and normative level. And this finding clearly highlights a fundamental challenge: how to ensure that the UN system is not just simply supporting cooperation in an ad hoc manner, but rather structuring itself to elevate and align with it. The appetite for more coherence is also clear, as is the need for operational clarity. And in response, the Office of South-South Cooperation and DCO-LAC are finalizing a joint analytical paper that builds on the survey results. And this paper outlines also practical recommendations to enhance the integration of South-South cooperation in UNCT, UN country teams planning and implementation processes. That's important because if it doesn't land, does not exist, I mean, basically, and also positions the region as a knowledge generator for cross-regional learning. Early signals of interest from other regions confirm the broader relevance of this work. And looking ahead, the strategy must continue to evolve from a platform of coherence to one of tangible system-wide impact. And for this, clearly, we must sharpen the enabling conditions. First, system needs the system needs a clearer and much more consistent incentives for integration, linking coordination, performance, and results. Second, we also must enhance opportunities for cross-regional peer learning, including platforms where resident coordinators' offices and UNCTs can exchange directly. And I know that the UN Office of South-South Cooperation is already in dialogue with other DCO regional teams to explore modalities for this. And third, we must clearly unlock flexible catalytic financing to incubate and scale South-South cooperation initiatives, particularly in middle-income countries, where more than 60% of the global impoverished population groups are living, and in seed contexts where conventional resources are extremely limited. And the UN Office for South-South cooperation's convening power and technical support are clearly the key enablers, and we count on their continued leadership. I'm going to be moving into an ending. It was 7 minutes, sorry. While progress has been significant, there remains clearly gaps, as I said. As we also commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, South-South and triangular cooperation must be recognized as not only as a modality to deliver, but as a strategic pathways for redefining multilateral relevance, especially in middle and upper income countries, and to unlock the full potential of South-South and triangular cooperation as a transformative modality. We really must institutionalize it across 4 interlinked dimensions: country implementation, regional alignment, cross-regional exchanges, and system-wide resourcing. I'm not going to get into the details of that. I'm going to be finishing. But clearly, our responsibility is to move from scattered innovation to structured delivery, to move toward a system approach rather than fragmentation. And we remain deeply committed as DCO to working with the South-South Cooperation Office and our regional partners on South-South cooperation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Roberto, por tu excelente presentación. Voy a darle la palabra. Venía el programa María José Torres Macho, a quien le agradezco la...
Thank you, Roberto, for your excellent presentation. Maria Jose is going to continue. Prior to going into national experiences, Philip Shonro, the director of CEPAI, Independent Thinking Center. It's an NGO that has accompanied the whole reform of the United Nations externally, that gives us an update and is very useful for these sorts of debates. Philip, the floor is yours. Luis, it's a pleasure to greet you and the colleagues in the room and those of you who have dialed in. As I was mentioning, Philip Donro, I work for a thinking center that has accompanied the United Nations generating ideas for this reform process, and obviously South-South cooperation and the ability of reuniting efforts and capabilities interregionally, especially within Latin America and the Caribbean. Africa has been our interest. And from there is where I wish to use these 4 minutes to share somewhat what we have learned in the past and how we see that the United Nations could strengthen their cooperation mechanism, bearing in mind that we are facing a scarcity of resources and the regions are specifically threatened. We believe that in each crisis, there's an opportunity, and based on what we've learned so far, we see, colleagues, that the initiatives in itself of the United Nations system have created a large value on site, but also in terms of creating policies and standards. So part of that value has not been supervised, nor has it been documented by the United Nations itself and also external stakeholders. My comment is the fact that there's a large capital of knowledge to be explored and capitalized, generated by the United Nations system. What we've also observed is that in all the regions of the Global South, the most successful examples of initiatives from South-South and Triangular other ones where the different partners, including the system, have invested the necessary time and effort to establish, I would say, three things: the conceptual proof, trust, and to iterate a value proposal in the medium and long term. And the third point that I wish to touch on is what exists, which is an important human capability in the United Nations. In the last weeks, we have heard largely about the turnover and less staffing. It has hurt me personally, and also the capability that we maintain, that hopefully we do not lose sight of in these moments of reforms and crisis, because the capability of social economic reforms of agencies, funds, programs, and also the resident coordinators on site are mainly experiences that we would think we could learn largely from. And in this context, I would simply look into the United Nations exclusively, because this is multi-sector from which we could all learn. And I would especially like to continue with the strongest points to strengthen cooperation within the system, especially for you who work in the different levels of governance. That offers comparative advantages in the value proposal, and it has better understanding of those power relations and the more important issues. It's time to be able to give an injection to this interregional cooperation within the system. To do so, the sustainable development offers an opportunity for a coherent narrative. I believe sustainable development in its three dimensions will provide the United Nations an integrated and unique platform that allows different entities to work, develop synergies, and to combine resources, skills, and also transfer knowledge. Lastly, I would like to finish with what fascinates me the most of the mandate that you have and the mechanisms to operate is that there is no other institution throughout the world that can work on sensitive issues as it is human rights, the politicians, the religious, and nowadays, safety and development. That could be debated in United Nations. We can transfer knowledge in itself. That is why these issues matter, and they can generate visibility and actions into regional actions, which I believe would matter the most in order to create an added value in these times of crisis that without a doubt the system and the existing capabilities hold, to transfer them within regions as Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. Luis, you gave me 7 minutes and they finished 30 seconds ago. Therefore, I give the floor and waiting for these reflections and some of the ideas to have contributed so that the colleagues that are accompanying you can generate a good debate. I give the floor back. And thanking you for this opportunity.
Junto con darle la palabra a María José Torres Macho, coordinadora residente de las Naciones Unidas en Chile, contarte, María José, que en esta conferencia Sur-Sur, Chile ha sido elegido presidente de la conferencia, Enrique O'Farrill, así que hay mucho, me anticipo a tus palabras, mucho trabajo por hacer desde el Sistema de Naciones Unidas en Chile. Adelante, María José. Estás en mute, parece.
Muchas gracias, Luis, por tenernos.
Thank you, Luis, for having us as part of the panel. Can you hear me?
Y por supuesto.
And of course, greetings and congratulations to the Chilean Agency of Cooperation, Enrique O'Farrill, who's one of the persons who has worked the most in this topic. As you rightly said, it is a hope for the region and for the work done by the cooperation agencies in Latin America and Caribbean, locating ourselves in that space that Roberto Valent and Philippe mentioned so well. This space where we see regional South-South cooperation as a promise for the future. I'm also very happy as well to share this panel with the colleagues of the Office for the South-South Cooperation Region, to David and Dennis and Kala, and the group in Chile from UNESCO, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this conversation. So I would like to approach this conversation, and I truly share the joy that Chile is the president of the conference, that we were at the verge of coming to Seville, where we will be addressing these issues for funding for development, and the South-South is so important. A point that I'd like to submit for your consideration. Our colleagues will talk about the extensive, which is very extensive, of the UN team in Chile. Actually, in this framework of the discussion, how middle and high income countries, South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation becomes a very strategic topic, and we believe Chile is an important example to consider. Second point I would like to mention is how UN can be a strategic partner. It has been made very clear by Roberto in this analysis of the work we do in the region, as well as Philippe, and this agenda where we believe that there are opportunities of articulation in management as well as in technical assistance that are so important. The third topic I'd like to bring up is how cooperation should not be thought only in a national rationale, but regional, precisely because we see that the future, the conversation about the sustainable development agenda goes through these areas that synergy. Regional from Latin America and the Caribbean, and we believe that there are necessarily very interesting contact points between South-South cooperation and the UN. So in order to approach the topics, I will very briefly mention a few elements. Consider, for example, the first topic where we believe that the mechanism of financing for development, and in the case of Chile, we believe that one of the topics that Chile has invested the most its development agencies precisely the work being done at a regional level. It is an expression both of the solidarity as well of finding different and innovative mechanisms and complementary to the development policies. And also the result is something that my colleagues also mentioned, which is precisely permitting approaching innovative solutions to spaces of strategic cooperation. Those virtues and synergic spaces that the Spanish Agency of Cooperation mentioned in the previous panel are absolutely virtues, and acknowledging that the role played by the Chilean Cooperation Agency and has permitted proposing a series of typical cooperation programs for Latin America as well as for the Caribbean. What is the role of the UN in this space? My colleagues will talk about how we have been working from the agencies and precisely underscore how strategic is this work within the plan that Dennis and Kala mentioned, this strategic plan that we're grateful for because precisely mobilizing technical as well as financial and institutional resources, something that is by cooperation agencies and the agencies, and of course recognize the very important role played by ECLAC at a regional level to permit precisely spaces things that we can share not only the good practices, discuss important issues such as the metrics of development that we would dealt with in Seville, as well as we could start articulating interest and needs to enhance our cooperation. Why do I say it was true that for the regional rationale, this South-South and regional cooperation is the best for the future? This was said in what Philippe was saying. The really important space can be introduced by the cooperation agency, not only for regional strengthening, but looking at other continents, that is Latin America to Africa, Latin America to Asia, and back. Where we believe Latin America and the Caribbean have comparative advantages in sectors that are absolutely key with the future, such as, for example, creation of minerals, climatic action, the management of water resources, democratic governance, science, and technology. Put it on the table. At times, tremendously worried about strengthening the democratic institutionality and fight against organized crime. We believe that articulating those capacities and that knowledge in a South approach is like the new frontier of development, and we believe that definitely articulated from the regions of the South, we can start opening up spaces and international positioning. And finally, as we see from an experience that is from Chile, but also, as my colleagues say, from the region, this articulated positive synergy between the UN and the cooperation agencies. We believe there's plenty of experiences that are successful that might be worthwhile systematizing and organizing them, that allow us to find those institutions where each one adds the value it holds at the moment. And in a more systematic way, we can start creating programs, foster networks of knowledge, and maximize available resources. Precisely because in Seville and the conference for the financing for development, this is a topic we very expect that we truly invite you to have a working proposal for your region and ready to work on the implementation agenda. To end, truly think that for the region it is possible to give a special emphasis to this plan, the engagement plan presented by Dennis, and we consider that this can be a virtuous strategy for the sustainable development agenda that is so necessary for our region and for the world. It's a pleasure to have been with all of you, and thank you. Thank you, Maria Jose. As you said, now we will go deep into local experiences. Valdecir Mendez, Chief of Education of the Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean from UNESCO. Thank you so much, Luis, colleagues. Thanks to CEPAL Chile for the invitation of the organizers for the opportunity. We have heard that South-South and triangular cooperation is important, but sometimes we lack a concrete example. And that's the invitation made from UNESCO to go with us in this voyage to see an example of how this is working. And it has been working for many years. So we started with a question. Those of us who are on the cell phones and thinking of the next activity we will have, I ask you the following question. Do you know what is the percentage that we have of sixth grade students who cannot attain these minimal competencies expected at math? According to our data, we're talking of 8 of every 10 students, 8 out of 10. If we look in terms of reading, 7 of every 10 students cannot attain the very minimum. Can you imagine the impact that that has for a country? Can we imagine the impact that those data presented to us by the Secretary General of ECLAC? This is enormous. And I would like to invite to have this reflection and the experiences in which we're working on. Why education and this element that has a tremendous impact in everything else we see in this adventure, which is human and economic development of the countries. So we analyze certain experiences, and I invite you to the first one that we have in the region. And it is the mechanism we have for governance and education of SDG 4. And it's happening what's happening in the South-South cooperation per se. And here is an image precisely in this room. Recently, Luis is around here. We're together with Maria Jose and others in a ministerial conference on education with finance ministers as well, working in this point. And here we have a mechanism that is formed by the 33 countries that we have in the region, but also by a large number of UN agencies such as us, UNESCO, UNICEF, ECLAC, and other organizations representing the region, as you can see on the screen. And there, a series of specific projects are open, which offer concrete responses to the needs we have in our countries today. I will put this mechanism at your disposal so that you may form part of this work that we started with Chile and this new presidency. And I would like to highlight that Chile has the leadership of that committee at a worldwide level, because that regional committee is connected to the high-level steering committee for SDG, which is presided right now by the president of Chile. And precisely at the end of August, there would be a World Summit of teachers here in Chile. And many of these elements that we're seeing here will be present. And part of these efforts have the contribution that that mechanism gives to the conference in Seville. We're also taking the regional voice through them very rapidly. Other example, this one that we see on the screen is an image of a year. There's movement there. But we have a project, the regional asset of 30 years in UNESCO, Latin American Laboratory for the Evaluation of Quality. This is the platform of South-South cooperation. They were constituting the very basis of the institution of educational work. The countries are learning from each other in a collaborative way, cooperating and rapid because of time constraints. So this is a proof that our region already does have cooperation, and we have financial systems that are very innovative, such as MPTF, different mechanisms with triangulation with the banking system, I see the countries with the cooperation agencies, etc. So we opened up that mechanism, we open up this mechanism for you to cooperate. This is a different one. This is called RENET at the level of Iberoamerica. It's a network for cooperation, everything dealing with special education. We have 20 years of shared work with huge projects working with data monitoring systems, real and concrete indicators to advance in the inclusive agenda in the region. Also, we're open to collaboration from you, but there are many UN agencies involved in that work. Another program that we have is this one, Ibero-American Program of Global Citizenship for Sustainable Development that we have with the colleagues of CEGIP, with the Camões Institute from Portugal, and a series of stakeholders involved in all this agenda that connects very much with our SDGs. Then many activities with youth. Youth, it's incorporated in our mechanisms. They form part of this that I'm commenting. And we have to put their voice, I would say, in anything that deals with South-South cooperation.
If we think of the added value that we have with the system, we need to consider somewhat what Philip brought up previously. It's a space that allows us to set this proof of concept. It allows us to confirm, to generate this trust relationship, and to offer value proposals. And if we wonder, how can this be possible, and why is it that education matters? Here we see examples with the Japanese Cooperation Agency. There are many agencies that are collaborating with the system, but the question I would say that we would wish to respond from here onwards is why we do this, and education matters. There's a UNESCO OECD research study, and we analyze when there's a mitigation of 10% in the proportion of students that abandon early the education system, 1 to 2% increase of the GDP. There's a direct increase. This is not only ethics, social justice, it's human development. Investing in education is to generate richness and economic development for our countries. So I leave the invitation. There are experiences of 30 years of building public goods, but I invite your agencies, your countries, your colleagues from other agencies to invest in regional public assets. because many times we are focusing on national products, domestic products, but we need to add the value to these products regionally that work and that we can obviously test that it is the case. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. A continuación, la oficial.
Thank you. South-South Cooperation official Dina Lopez has the floor.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Traigo un saludo de Eve Crowley, la representante de...
I bring a greeting of Eve Crowley, the representative of FAO here in Chile that could not attend. So on her behalf, I will provide this presentation. FAO and South-South Cooperation, Triangular Cooperation, considers that this is a key modality to work on the agricultural, the food safety, more than 30 years being the promoter, South-South and Triangular Cooperation. As we mentioned previously, the representative of UNESCO, we have South-South Triangular Cooperation within the strategic framework of FAO. With the member states, there are funds, global programs, regional, sub-regional to promote South-South and Triangular Cooperation. Though there are also actions and initiatives regarding the demand of countries. In this session, we were required to share a few of the challenges that we face, and some of them are the ones that I present here. The results seemingly are small. It's not always documented. In some cases, the cooperation, South-South and Triangular Cooperation allow us to catalyze other processes, but we need further time and companionship and allows us to contribute to the scope of better results in that companionship towards member states. On many occasions, we have mentioned in this meeting to have the financial resources that allow us to drive these successful experiences. The exchange between peers and strengthening capacities is a talent, and it's also required here to work jointly within countries and partners. And one more to mention, the sub-record or lack of labeling of South-South and Triangular Cooperation, which in this case, FAO countries don't always report it, so we need to make this visible report and so forth. In terms of successful experiences, we were required to share one of these experiences. Here we refer to a program, a regional program denominated Digital Transformation and Innovation in Agriculture, with the participation of 12 countries within the region, in which more than 800 people of the rural sector participated directly, and more than 4,000 people had a direct benefit. We carried out more than 70 trainings in digital literacy and more than 400 technological tablets, drones, and computers. This was possible thanks to the Agricultural Minister of the Popular Republic of China for FAO and China and South-South Cooperation and Triangular Cooperation. We exchanged experiences and seminars, especially related to digitizing agriculture, how it has been taking place in Latin America and the Caribbean, technical missions of experts from China that accompanied here in the region, and also FAO, and obviously exchange workshops. Domestically, we took the example of Chile. We worked in the development of the digital ecosystem from Ñuble, one of the zones that were prioritized together with the government of Chile, specifically the 2 districts, Tomquera, Tehuaco, Portezuela, and in the region of Ñuble, and we facilitated and promoted a digital ecosystem in rural zones that included the dialogue between national and territorial stakeholders, which wasn't always the case, strengthening capability. We had the broad participation that was the progress. That intersector dialogue, which was necessary within the Agriculture Ministry, the National Institute of Agricultural Development, the Undersecretariat of Communications, the Undersecretariat of Tourism, and Agroqualitas Foundation for Rural Development. And this was aligned with the needs and priorities of the country in the national scale digital innovation, and we obviously had the territorial governments participating with 135 people directly, 74% women, 540 people participating indirectly. We have a few pictures that show the spaces, the dialogue, the tables that we built in order to outreach and to prioritize, identify needs, to establish an action plan of that digital ecosystem, and also strengthening capacities that were held with people from this community.
Sur triangular permite
The South-South Triangular Cooperation process with an initial pilot program allowed us to catalyze processes interinstitutional at a national scale. It also allowed us to drive resources and scaling actions in the territory, driving resources from 3 million approximately from the fund of the SDG fund, and also broadening the partnerships in the territory and also the technical aid from the United Nations system in this new phase. And the scale up, we have the participation of ECLAC, UN Women, the PAHO and FAO. And we also consolidated a multi-sector focus that was also integrated. We expect that with this project that will be entailed with ENDAP, Subtel, and with the regional government of New Guinea, hopefully we will outreach more people from the rural sector. In this case, we expect to outreach 1,000 small-scale growers and the tourism sector with the clear goal of working with women, youth, and the indigenous peoples. This is an example of how we were able to work in the framework of the United Nations system, gathering efforts, strengths, specializations, and also assisting and accompanying throughout national territorial instances in an effort and a need that in this case took part at the very beginning due to the pandemic, as it was that digital gap that was presented in post-COVID times. I wish to complement the information. It was mentioned by my regional director at the beginning of yesterday's session. FAO launched the global platform for South-South Triangular Cooperation, where we expect to share those lessons learned, those experiences that the countries have in emphasizing to what is approached by FAO and in the effort of visualizing, documenting these experiences and the successful South-South Triangular Cooperation experiences with the mandate of FAO. And to maybe add here that this call is for you to participate and presenting institutions, processes that have been successful in South-South Triangular Cooperation to be part of this recognition that FAO will hold in its 80th anniversary in October this year. Thank you.
Dina, a continuación el coordinador.
Thank you, Dina. Next, the coordinator of communications from UNDP, Hernan Araya, has the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor Luis Yáñez, secretario.
Thank you, Luis Yáñez, Secretary of ECLAC, Enrico Farran from ACSID Chile, Executive Director, President, Chair of the conference. The idea of the presentation, it's the project of projects, more than 100 initiatives funded.
Chile, las tres instituciones.
Funded by our institution, by the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the Chilean Agency of International Cooperation for Development, and the Program of the United Nations for Development. If one had to define in very few words what the mechanism of the Chilean fund is, it's to implement projects for technical aid, and it's very relevant because we do not provide training. It has humanitarian aid, aside from the projects, in equal or less relative development. What Chile enables to have cooperation projects in Latin America and the Caribbean and even beyond, because we will see further ahead the geography of the project in this case study of Fondo Chile. A few key elements to understand this fund. Chilean Fund, the joint mechanism of South-South cooperation. There's other triangular cooperation in the Fund of Chile, the Fund of Chile Mexico, Chile France, Chile Spain. It's jointly for South-South cooperation, and as we said, with the institutions that support it. Here, the funding model is key because there is a model that does not depend on ODA. It didn't do so before the graduation from the Committee of Aid and its graduation 2017. It's funded by $2 of the rate that are of a common fund that is changed to this cooperation. The fund is in a third stage of implementation. As we will see further ahead, this began in 2011 with PRODUC, the first summoning in 2011. It's 15 years of the implementation of the project that allows us to assess what the action plan is, the work plans that we mentioned previously, which has been a priority and has a good part of the project is for the organizations of the civil society, and we wish to strengthen the civil society throughout the participation in cooperation projects with a similar level abroad. It's open where the different civil society can participate, and in terms of projects, we have this line of work. There are other public institutions. At the very beginning, in the first process in 2012, we also allowed the participation of agencies from the United Nations system in Chile, at least very interesting in that first period of implementation. And then we have this line of humanitarian aid throughout international agencies, the United Nations agencies, or other international agencies throughout the Foreign Affairs Ministry. And that's direct aid due to social conflicts, wars, or some natural disasters that may occur abroad. That's a faster line of humanitarian aid. Another relevant point regarding the Chilean Fund is the role of the United Nations, not only the initial role of the United Nations in the first summoning. There were projects from agencies, funds and projects within Chile, but also the territorial presence of UNDP in more than 170 countries and territories, and the experiences of cooperation of the United Nations is also evident, and UNOC are also quite relevant. If we were to look in general terms at these 15 years of cooperation that I was mentioning previously, we can look at 2006, Act 20,138, the funding for international cooperation initiatives. This is based on the funding system to medication, which was UN aid. And in the government of President Piñera in 2011, we signed and there's a continuity in the United Nations system. We were able to generate a project that went beyond a state, but also a state policy that was continuous. And then we have the stage of 2011 to 2014, where the project is also part of the Paris Agreement of the United Nations with the government of Chile for that stage, and it will continue to do so in the different stages of development. And as it was mentioned in the first open awards from 2011, we obviously have a phase that initially was destined to last for less time, from 2015 to 2022. The second implementation stage of the Chilean Fund due to the pandemic, there were a few that were delayed to respond to a few of the challenges that the pandemic of COVID entails that began in 2020.
Some special characteristics of the Chile Fund. It's always striking when you go to implement in other countries of the region, not only in terms of funding, but some of the special characteristics in terms of governance, and also what's the structure to geographically decide where the projects will be implemented, what the geographic area of the Chile Fund. And an essential aspect, as I said before, is that it is not a mechanism that has depended from a direct aid to development, or when the countries graduated 2017-18. It's not a challenge as it was for other mechanisms of funding in the region. It is at a general level for the country. We know that it's strongly related to initiatives to respond to the challenge of graduated country, and it has been dealt with before this event. It's a geographic coverage which is tremendously diverse. As I mentioned before, the Chile Fund has a very special and strong vocation for Latin America and the Caribbean. But it doesn't mean that no projects have been implemented in other geographic areas, as we will see later on. And the fact that it counts with open convocations, biddable for civil society, but that it also has a component for public institution makes it a very innovative fund in its line of work. But I mentioned before, there are places where the Chile Fund has worked. Evidently, the bulk of the initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean. We mentioned also the Middle East, Eastern Europe, for some initiatives as a response to conflict and humanitarian aid. As I mentioned, direct humanitarian aid upon the Chile, also in Africa, and some other convocations, particularly around 2015, 2016, in the South Pacific, particularly in Fiji, on food, homelessness, and quality. We had to see the broad terms initiatives at the start of the third phase of the fund. We're talking between projects of implementation and those humanitarian aid responses. We have more than 100 initiatives, which is quite solid in these 15 years of implementation, with an amount that surpasses in terms of transfers $14 million. This doesn't count the cost of management of the fund. These are transfers and present in more than 40 countries. To start closing, some of the main institutions or agencies of civil society have also joined in strongly. Higher education institutions. It's always unfair to select only a few, but it's because of the time constraints for the presentation. But some of the most outstanding, we work with different institutions, as you see there, from central government to other state institutions and universities, the Council of Rights and other agencies like the Firemen of Chile, and the presence of the civil society institution. And some thoughts and comments to close. We believe important to mention from the perspective of UNDP. One, for example, is to look in perspective the challenges of development in countries of the region. It's quite outstanding, but if you look at the programs of the Chile Fund, we have no time right now, but if you look at them in detail, the Chile Fund it takes upon itself new topics, new challenges, climate change, gender, logistics problems, and very relevant the way that you can see the way in which those topics grow in the conversations, and to value the strengths of joint work between the government of Chile and the United Nations system in Chile. Of course, we appreciate the invitation made by the resident coordinator to present relevant topics. So this joint work, projecting it for the next convocations for UNDP, it has an essential and very relevant role. Funding experiences with new models of funding in a scenario as we have already presented and has been already dealt with at large in the different sessions of this conference that are very common for financing and for countries of the region who are graduated. So we invite you all to learn more about the Chile Fund, both on the page for the Chile.cl as well as in UNDP.org. Thank you.
Amplias presentaciones.
Thank you, Anand. We've had broad presentations covering what's global, what's regional, what's national, on how the UN system coordinates, supports, and strengthens the work of South-South cooperation. I would like to open the floor for comments from the delegations. Questions or comments? Floor is open.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Luis.
Thank you very much, Luis. Actually, the panel is very interesting, and I believe that I particularly think that the Chilean experience, we have much to learn from it. This interrelationship and this linkage that Chile has developed with the different agencies, funds, and programs that aren't always replicated in our countries. Clearly, each country has its own scaffolding in terms of the cooperation frameworks in the UN system with the countries. We are negotiating ours as we speak. Clearly, there is no line of triangular cooperation in these matters, nor is it contemplated to have much triangular cooperation. We can have it in a way that I would say is more specific. In some cases, we've had something with FAO, but not with many of the agencies, funds, and programs that are present in Argentina that have capacity. So I'm not talking of the national programs or the country programs. I'm talking about triangular cooperation that can reach out to other countries of the region. And I'm not talking of the regional programs either. I'm specifically talking about the role of the United Nations system in terms of triangular cooperation. Obviously, it is a space in which the countries of the region have a great potential, and we do it very much with cooperation agencies from other countries. We do it with GTZ, SEED. We do it with regional organizations such as ECAN, CAF, but not so much with the UN system. Of course, it is a space that I believe is worth exploring. I congratulate you, Enrique, because you brought to this table very positive experiences. For example, the one just mentioned by the representative of UNDP about the Chile Fund, that obviously might not be possible to replicate in every country, particularly because of this, of how that fund is attaining the necessary political consensus for it to exist in terms of budget, for there to be sustainability in time, then in these of scarce resources challenge. But undoubtedly, if it is a way to explore these triangular cooperation programs with a totally innovative focus. So along those lines, I believe that even though in Argentina we don't have this experience and we regret that, and one of the first things that I will do return to Buenos Aires is talking to the resident coordinator, who obviously is doing a magnificent work and all the agencies, funds, or programs with which we work. Obviously, there's no complaint about them. And I'm the one coordinating the negotiations process of the strategic cooperation framework. So I have a very regular relationship with them. But these aspects of triangular cooperation, I believe that have not been totally explored in other countries of the region. I insist there are exceptions, but they're exceptions. As to the presentations, and this is a reflection that maybe needs to be explored at a regional level. All the UN offices have the regional societies, usually they're in Panama, and I believe there would be room to explore at a regional level how to work on these topics. I believe that this is important for our countries, because obviously all of us do bilateral cooperation. Those so far here, we practically all of us have a cross project, but in many of those projects, there is no presence of a multilateral agent. So maybe look for synergies in this. It could be a good possibility. The other thing, obviously, is the role of coordination that we must have, and it's taken quite a bit of work reaching to the state in which we are. Clearly, that process has not always been easy in terms of giving institutionality to the UN institutionality for South-South cooperation. And I believe that they have a challenge in terms of generating a coordination with the whole UN system. Because each one of the agencies, funds, and programs have their own programs, their own mandates and boards, and their own modalities of governance. And sometimes that process of coordination is not simple. It isn't in our country. They're unquestionable and far less simple at the level of the work and headquarters in New York. So that is something that I believe that needs more work. We cannot be complacent with the developments we have currently. I believe we must go deeper into that path. But at least I believe that in this, there is an aspect worth highlighting, which is this of multi-stakeholder cooperation, of the roles that can be found also. We can find synergies with the UN system by involving other stakeholders in that cooperation. The universities have been mentioned recently. I congratulate Chile for their experience in incorporating university. We do it. Most of our cooperation programs are with Argentina universities. Civil society is fundamental of this mechanism. And we have to see, and this we could explore it with the effect of FIDA, for example, because FIDA also has a role that could be played in this, is how to involve, in some cases, the private sector in a cooperation project, particularly in terms of food security. So I believe it's very interesting reflection for us. And I believe that we've had progress. I haven't been that long in issues of cooperation, but a lot in multilateral issues. I believe that these mechanisms of cooperation at national level are useful because they permit having a more disciplined way for the UN, avoiding overlap, and particularly align the national priorities with the work of the agencies, funds, and programs. We must welcome that. Maybe we will have to search for a regional mechanism that will allow us to find room for this exchange in terms of triangular cooperation, and evidently at the level of the headquarters of these agencies, particularly in New York. Thank you very much. Thank you, Argentina. British Virgin Islands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank all of the panelists for their presentations. They were very good, and I hope that they will be circulated. There's clearly great value in South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation for Latin America and the Caribbean. And the UN system clearly has an important part to play in the process. Our discussion on how we further encourage and advance South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, and the role and support of the UN system must continue. In the Caribbean, we certainly need to be more engaged on the various ongoing UN and regional processes that are currently underway. The ICLAC subsidiary body for the Caribbean is the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, also called CDCC, as you know. I am a vice chair of that committee. We will be meeting in a few months' time for our CDCC Monitoring Committee meeting that happens every other year. In the presence of the Secretary of the Commission, Mr. Luis Fidel Llanes, I would like to recommend to ICLAC that we place South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation on the CDCC agenda, as well as the outcome of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. Both warrant discussion at the sub-regional level. It would also be highly appropriate and valuable for Chile, as the chair of this regional conference on South-South cooperation, to participate in that CDCC meeting, either virtually or in person. Mr. Chair, you have the full support of the British Virgin Islands in engaging with the Caribbean should you need it. Additionally, it would be of great benefit to the Caribbean for the respective offices of the UN represented on this panel to also participate, whether virtually or in person. It will enrich the discussion that we have. The Caribbean can gain from direct engagement with you. I also encourage those countries with CARICOM and the wider Caribbean that have partnerships with them, that you should also attend the upcoming CDCC meeting, whether virtually or in person. I think there's a lot to be gained from understanding how it is Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico intend to engage in South-South cooperation, essentially on a multilateral basis with the Caribbean countries. One large developing country engaging with 13 to 14 Caribbean countries. You have 3 of them. Will they do it differently, the same? Will each be unique? We have to see. And finally, I would like to take this opportunity to advocate for the inclusion of the associate members of ICLAC. There are 13. They should be included in South-South cooperation because they can both add value and benefit. Again, I commend the panelists for their presentations and the work of the UN system in the South-South cooperation process, and hope that you will be present, all of you, at the next CDCC meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Benito. A continuación, la palabra con la delegada.
Thank you, Benito. The floor is for the delegate from El Salvador. Thank you. I'll be very brief, and I appreciate
Señor Robert Valent.
your presentations. And Mr. Valent was 2 weeks ago in El Salvador, so I greet Mr. Robert Valent from afar, and from El Salvador. We have assumed with a great deal of responsibility to be a part of the National Committee of the United Nations, National Strategic Committee 2022-2026, and we support the Residence Office entailed by Mr. Raul Salazar, and we work in hand to have this exchange with the different agencies, funds, programs, and such important issues as food safety. A very solid relation with FAO, with PMA, and other stakeholders that have been represented in this panel. We appreciate the presentation of the Chilean Fund. It's not the first time that I've heard about this fund that is managed with UNDP. I've also heard this throughout Chair O'Farrell, and it allows us to reflect about the importance of this coordination. I also wish to outline the role of the Office of the United Nations for South-South cooperation. I believe that this is an office that could be enabling key in strengthening partnerships in terms of South-South cooperation, and that may allow countries to continue fostering these relationships. Our ongoing mission in New York at the availability of the office and the actions supported in this regard. From ESCO, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, we have coordination with the whole United Nations system, and I believe that it's key in this next stage that we will begin a new analysis, a common analysis as a country, a new dialogue for cooperation that in parallel terms takes in the negotiation with different agencies, funds, and programs that the exercise must be carried out with, to look at the cooperation agencies and the roles in all these topics. I was really glad to hear that one of the briefers spoke about the importance and the role of the cooperation agencies, and with all the colleagues that we foster South-South cooperation, that initiative of strengthening with the United Nations system is key. Thank you. Thank you to the delegate of El Salvador. We have some time, a few minutes for a final reflection and message. I will start by Hernán Araya. Only 2 minutes.
Una reflexión desde el PNUD en Chile que hemos hecho.
A reflection from UNDP in Chile, based on the continuous summoning and based on when an implementation stage closes. How we have mentioned here the importance not only of a country fund, which is the Chilean Fund, but also of universities, how universities can enter the cooperation, and that record may be very important for the United Nations, for funds programs from the United Nations system as a country initiative. There's an element which is central, and we must value these experiences of the United Nations system at a regional level and within Chile, how they can impact with South-South cooperation. I believe there's a space to explore of mobilizing resources of funding and partnerships that is very important. And we see in Chile how this can be a tool that can be exchanged in this cooperation scenario. Dina, your final message? Yes, thank you. Of course, within the South-South Triangular Cooperation processes that FAO promotes with the institutionality in each country, there's always an effort to link, to bind the participation of other stakeholders, participating with the private sector, with universities, with organizations of the civil society, organizations of growers, and also women. In the reflection of the panel regarding gender perspective, this is also key within South-South Triangular Cooperation, the initiatives that are promoted not only at a regional, national, and territorial level. I would take the reflection that you have been making constantly, the importance of leaving no one behind and no territory behind. Thank you. The final message of UNESCO. Thank you, Luis and colleagues. I would say that for us, it's important when we begin to work in new projects to inform ourselves of what is already working, what is available. Sometimes we reinvent the wheel as human beings. So I would say, for instance, with universities, there are different talks, UNESCO talks, and in Argentina, we work very strongly. We have a new initiative, a new project. Contact us because there might be experiences as the one of 30 years in which we carry out triangulation with the development banks, with cooperation agencies, with the United Nations system in each country. And these are public goods that belong to the countries. As the United Nations, we are the Secretariat and we are working at your service. But let's say that this has the ownership within each country. And as a region, we have to be proud. When we head to other parts of the world, we see it's quite difficult to have products that have 30 years of history within our region and working jointly with the diversity of countries is quite important. Let's anchor ourselves and continue building in what we require throughout this experience that we have today present. Thank you. María José.
Sí, un gran gusto, de verdad.
Final reflections. Yes, it's a pleasure. Excellent presentations. On behalf of my colleagues, I truly congratulate you. I'm very proud. 3 topics from the conversation. Number 1, this space has allowed us to understand the good practices, the experience, and it would be worthwhile, Luis, also supporting us with ECLAC and the teams that follow up on these topics, Enrique O'Farrell, Enrique Oviedo, to systematize how we have been approaching South-South and Triangular, to have an inventory, a catalog of issues that the colleagues have presented eloquently. And despite doing so for 30 years, there's something very innovative in the field of work from the cooperation agencies of the region. And in some way, the fact that they are opening on site and looking into the future, this can obviously entail us to have experiences at our largest scale, and the representative of Argentina, El Salvador, were reflecting in that sense, and we completely support this innovation regionally. And how we support, lastly, the work of the cooperation agencies of the region and the world in the context of Seville, and how we will have a work plan that we are able to accompany from the United Nations. And we are here to support you. And these are goods or assets that are part of the countries, but there's an invitation to bring this with us to a further scale. Thank you, Maria Jose. Your reflections? Your remarks? Yes. Well, above all, everything has been very interesting. The message I wish to convey is that cooperation, South-South cooperation, clearly shows that there's a true potential, particularly when we connect countries within each other. Because if not, it makes no sense. Not only countries, but regions with a UN system that also acts in an integrated manner. Not only do we add efforts, but weaving partnerships to sustain them and to have a systemic perspective and a common purpose. I think institutionally in countries at a regional level, but also interagency within the system is crucial. Therefore, to propel this field of work from a network is key to translate what we are conveying in results. For South-South and triangular cooperation to have a real impact, we need to work with countries from other regions. And this is a message I believe all of the briefers have discussed thoroughly, and we need to be more concrete in solutions and strategies that can be translated into actions. And with that level of scale up, which Maria Jose also referred to. So we need an integration of efforts, collective actions, interagency. We have multi-dimensional problems. I think it matters the richness of the diversity that we hold within the system, that are the agencies, funds, programs, entities from the Secretariat may allow us to provide options and solutions that are multi-dimensional to multidimensional issues. So it's more of a joint effort. That's the main message that I wish to convey. Thank you so much to Luto and Clark for this space. Thank you, Roberto.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying I've learned a lot listening to all the panelists about what is happening on the ground. Indeed, for the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, our success is only goes as far as what the colleagues here have been presenting, what they are doing in their respective areas of work. I just wanted to give a little bit more information, which I did not give during the presentation. One is that we are working on the evaluation of the system-wide strategy and trying to learn from it so that the next strategy that is designed is actually instructed by that. But I firmly believe from hearing what the member states have been saying, what the fellow panelists have been saying, that is, this is a particularly opportune time to really look at some of the concepts on the South-South and triangular cooperation and how to do it better. The reason being that there is that conviction that at this particular point is going to be even much more important than it was maybe in the last few years. There were some issues that were raised in relation to, for example, triangular cooperation. I think in the past, triangular cooperation has tended to be a lot bilateral, less so in the UN system, except when it comes to some certain sectors. For example, I've seen a presentation on triangular cooperation in the UN system, which puts WFP way up there, so in the food sector. It is something that the current director is working very hard to engage all the member states to scale up in terms of its support to the development agenda. We also had the call for a multi-stakeholder approach to South-South and triangular cooperation. And it's again something that we left out in this discussion, that we are very much involved with the academic institutions, with something that we call the global South-South thinkers, who help us to put together these ideas of how to support South-South and triangular cooperation. And indeed, the next system-wide strategy should probably incorporate what these other multi-stakeholders can do in South-South and triangular cooperation. So again, let me just conclude by saying thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation from to participate in the CDCC. We'll certainly relay it to the head of the office, and hopefully we'll be more engaged with you going forward. Thanks for the opportunity, and good night.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Bueno, presidente.
Very well, Mr. Chairman. So we are turning panel number 5 in time. I want to thank Luis Yanez, Secretary of the Commission, and the members of the panel of the United Nations system who joined in this reflection of how to strengthen coordination at the level of all the UN system in matters of South-South cooperation. Before lunch, we distributed a draft resolution with changes requested by Argentina, Paraguay, and Peru. We just distributed a new version that contains also contributions from Brazil. This version is the one that we expect to approve in a minute by consensus. Before going to that point of the agenda, I would like to officially announce the countries that will go with Chile in the vice presidencies of the conference: the Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Mexico, Peru, and the British Virgin Islands. If there is no objection, then we will take it as approved. And I ask for an applause. We'll now go to the point that I mentioned in the agenda. The countries consider and approve the agreements corresponding to the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Cooperation, Latin America, and the Caribbean. So the Secretariat has distributed in the room a document that contains the consideration of this presidency, which constitute the main agreements of this regional conference. If there are no observations, we take the resolution to Roman 2 of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. I invite the Secretary of the Commission. Oh, I have to use my hammer. Fine.
Pero igual voy a invitar al secretario de la Comisión.
We'll invite the Secretary of the Commission, Luis Yanez, to address some final words to this conference. I'm sorry, I didn't see the post. Argentina has the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take the floor simply regarding the adoption of this resolution. As you have said, we have joined the consensus. And evidently, done it, first of all, because we consider that the contents of the resolution, what refers to the aspects of South-South cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, are totally acceptable, and Argentina supports them with conviction. Just as we share the need to continue to strengthen cooperation amongst our countries, and also the reaffirming of the mandate of the Regional Conference and what refers to the task ahead under your leadership, Mr. President. And of course, our role as national cooperation agencies to continue to work with that objective. Nevertheless, I believe that many of the delegations present here know that Argentina has some positions about some aspects related to this resolution that I would like to state it. First of all, I would like to highlight regarding the mentions to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and aspects 1.7 and in paragraphs 3 and 5, the SDGs, Argentina reaffirms its commitment with the protection of individual rights of all human beings without distinctions, according to the obligations expressly stated in the international agreements, of which it is part of. Recalls that 2030 Agenda, the objective of sustainable development that it committed in good faith, is composed by binding statements that every state and its own sovereignty is entitled to interpret and pursue with freedom. As to the amendment made in the resolution to the future pact and resolution 79-1 of the Assembly General of the UN, I'd like to recall that the Argentine Republic was dissociated from that document in September 2024. And finally, as to the reference to the gender perspectives found included in paragraphs 1 and 6 of the resolution adopted, I would like to state that the commitment of the Argentine Republic with the rights of women is sustained in time and it's incorporated in its legislation and in international practice to go beyond the international standards. Nevertheless, Argentina stands to avoid generating inequities contrary to the ultimate objective of non-discrimination, leaving aside other corrective perspectives such as childhood, the elderly, disability, or mental health. It would be preferable to resort to a more all-inclusive perspective of vulnerabilities. And finally, I would like to request to the Secretariat to enable the means so that the position of the government of Argentina be reflected in the minutes of the second session of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Guatemala has the floor.
Presidencia, buenas tardes a todos.
Thank you, Presidency. I want basically to endorse the concept of the draft resolution presented and also the observations presented by the government of Argentina, Peru, Brazil, and Paraguay, and request on the part of Guatemalan delegation. I lost the sound, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we lost the sound. The interpreters could not hear what the delegate from Guatemala had to say.
I see. Raro, en el canal de español se escucha perfecto.
Señor presidente, y bueno, un agradecimiento a la presidencia, a la Secretaría Técnica de la CEPAL y a los países
Thanks
por la
to the Technical Secretariat for the flexibility and the cooperation for this document. From Colombia, we wish to make a small observation to paragraph 6, establishing and recognizing that South and triangular cooperation is essential to strengthen productivity for developing countries and has positive repercussions in commercial and financial lines in technological and social inclusion, the fight against inequality, and also highlighting the importance of the worldwide partnerships. We believe that throughout the conference, we have discussed the need of having broader dimensions to build multidimensional metrics that look into development and not only economic ones. Therefore, we consider it's appropriate to consider if it's still timely to replace where it says capacity for institutional ones, that is broader, and it can look into productive social inclusion and others, and to leave aside productive to the third paragraph where we look into technological capacities. It could be productive and social inclusion processes, only to include that small amendment, but it looks at the spirit of the discussion that we have held these last 2 days. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia, for your comment. We think it's an interesting remark, but the document is already closed and we will not reopen it. Thank you.
Como no veo ninguna otra palabra, ahora sí que sí.
I don't see anyone requesting the floor. Therefore, the Secretary of the Commission, Luis Yanez, will have the floor for his final remarks. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear Enrique Ofario, Chair of this conference, representatives of the member states, the colleagues, diplomats, colleagues from ECLAC and the United Nations system. We conclude 2 days of intense work, and I believe that they are deeply enriching. Despite the weather, the cold weather, we have been warm in this room, as we show in the last interventions from the different countries. Throughout this meeting, delegations from more than 20 countries, representatives of the United Nations system, from the academic world, from the development banks and other stakeholders, we have gathered here at ECLAC to continue moving forward for key issues within our region from international cooperation for development. I wish to sincerely thank you for your presence and your commitment to this debate, always with the lens of the common perspective of building well-being for our citizens. I wish to highlight the leadership of Chile, who assumed the presidency, and the moderators at each one of the tables that have contributed to the dialogues and allow us to reach the end of this day. I acknowledge Mateo Estremes, the outgoing president of the conference, for his commitment, professional, diplomatic, of consolidating and creating this space throughout these last 2 years. I wish to give a round of applause to our former president.
Y asimismo brindarle un aplauso al nuevo por las
And to give a round of applause to the new chair for the task that he will assume in the future. This is a space that we are currently building, and with this leadership, we are going through the right track. From the Secretariat, we have heard each one of your interventions. We have paid attention, and we take the mandate to establish a Resolution 2 that we have recently approved, but also valuable guidance that took place in the exchange that will strengthen our field of work. Throughout these last 2 years, we have continued to comply with the mandate of 2023 to foster synergies between these stakeholders and the organizations within ECLAC. We have looked at concrete results and the interaction of statisticians, of women with the South-South cooperation. We show how different technical spaces that the delegate from Ecuador was saying, guided by countries, can have feedback and strengthen our common agenda. The delegate from the Virgin British Islands challenges now to create that interaction with the Cooperation Committee and Development of the Caribbean, a task that we assume that we will entail. We are therefore proud that the technical document regarding the measurement of development presented in January has been outlined in this conference and can contribute to global debates as the one that will take place in Seville and also after it. The same thing occurring with the mainstreaming of gender equality and the progress that was shared by UNTAC in South-South cooperation. I also appreciate the SEGIP's participation, whose experience has been valuable, with which we must build more synergies and strengthen institutional participation. Thank you, Martin, for your presentation, your commitment, and the joint work held by ECLAC with SEGIP. Despite the severe financial restrictions of the United Nations system, and specifically ECLAC, we have made efforts to sustain our main capacities. to summon us as an intergovernmental system for the dialogue and the assessment of political policies. The policies based on data, action plans, and mechanisms of follow-up, technical support, and strengthening capacities, and to ground within the United Nations system the decisions, agreements, and commitments that are adopted in these regional encounters. I also wish to acknowledge Costa Rica, Mexico, Peru, the British, the Virgin British Islands for forming part together with Chile in presiding the table with the United Nations. We see an effort and we see a talent and we see larger relevance and the gratitude of ECLAC towards the member countries for taking care of this space, for vitalizing, and thank you for strengthening the role of ECLAC with the mandates that are delivered, that renew our mission to continue working as we have done so far in the last 75 years for a more inclusive, productive, and sustainable development for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Bueno, con esto damos por cerrada la conferencia. ¿Puedo usar?
We will close the conference. Can I use the little hammer? The conference has adjourned.